You are now live on Channel 8 and YouTube.
Thank you very much, TCTV. Good evening, everyone. It is now 6:30 p.m. I am Chairman Mike Curry, and I will call this Select Board business meeting to order on this 25th day of September 2024. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thanks, everyone. I would like to remind everyone that tonight's meeting is being broadcast live on TCTV Cable Station 8 in our YouTube web platform. For those who wish to revisit any part of our proceedings, the recording will also be available on our YouTube channel. Your subscription to TCTV and the YouTube channel would be greatly appreciated. Additionally, if any audience members are recording this meeting or plan to do so, please notify us before starting. And we have our quorum for this evening. Good to see everyone here. Our agenda tonight, along with other public documents, is available at templetonma.gov, the official website for town information. Here, you can also subscribe to alerts for all public meetings in our town administrator's weekly report. For immediate updates, including emergency notifications, please enroll in our Code Red alert system through our website or by calling 866-939-0911. This service is vital for staying informed on important and emergency matters. As chair, I mean the discretion to modify tonight's agenda as needed to manage time effectively, utilize personnel resources efficiently, and ensure public awareness. I reserve the right to arrange agenda items to best accommodate our proceedings and honor our guests. And I always ask the board members if they concur with those decisions. If this is your first time attending a select board meeting, welcome. We are committed to serving our community with patience, fairness, and efficiency. We ask for the same courtesy and engagement for all of our participants tonight. Let's have a great meeting. All right, we have under meeting minutes, we have our approval of meetings. We had delayed our August 14th, 2024 meeting minutes, which are in your packet. So at your leisure, I would entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I do have a couple of notes under new business action item N.
Okay, I would ask Ashley if you would take notes. That would be great.
Kelsey.
Oh, did I say Ashley?
You did.
I'm off to a bad start. Kelsey, I'm sorry.
Under action item N, at the beginning of the statement, it says Rivard and Toth removed themselves from the room for the discussion due to conflict of interest. While that is true, we also recused ourselves from the discussion. So that needs to be added. There also needs to be added a note at the end of action item N that Rivard and Toth returned to the meeting at the conclusion of the discussion on action item N.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Anything else? I'm sorry, did you make a motion?
I haven't made a motion
Okay.
yet. I just wanted to make those comments to start.
Okay. Okay.
I have not made a motion yet.
Okay.
There's nothing else I can speak to on that particular topic other than the fact of those two things, because I wasn't in the room for that particular topic.
So, Mr. Chair, I move to approve the meeting minutes of 8/14/2024 as amended.
As amended. Thank you for the motion. Is there a second? Calling for a second. All right, that motion fails. We're gonna have to take a look at these meeting minutes the next meeting. All right, moving along, no executive session minutes. And we are up to citizen input. Mr. Nolan.
Before we begin citizen input, can we just ask how many citizens wish to give input this evening? One,
Okay, two, we're fine.
two, okay, that's all. Want to just want to make sure we plan for time, that's all.
Thanks, Matt.
Yep.
Hi, Mr. Francis.
How is everyone?
Good.
All right, thank you. How are you, Noel?
Well,
Just name and street.
Noel Francis, 14 State Road, Baldwinville. I'm here strictly speaking as a private citizen, even though I'm going to talk about advisory matters. Hopefully, Adam placed in your packet for tonight's meeting is right here, a statement that I made or make it available. Basically, the reason why I'm here is that at the September 5th, 2024 meeting of advisory, a motion was passed unanimously by a 5-0 vote. The language which will appear in your packets in a couple of weeks, right after our next meeting, will be pretty much this. Moving that the town administrator and select board consider with all haste the highway department's need for diesel trucks before the end of the year and work on it forthwith with placeholder language on the fall town meeting draft warrant to consider the purchase of 2 diesel trucks for the highway department. The motion had been made by Andrew Moser, and it was seconded by John Kaplis, and it was a 5-0 vote. Subsequently, Bob Sosek submitted a capital project request form, which is within the packet, for 2 Ford 750 plow and sander dump trucks at a cost of $225,000 per truck. Additionally, the request was considered by the Capital Improvements Committee yesterday. There's a copy of that a letter as well. It was recommended that the sum of $225,000 be expended for the purchase of 1 truck. As a private citizen, I request that the select board place on the warrant for the fall town meeting a warrant article for the purchase of 1. Personally, I think the number of 2 would be more preferable, but that's certainly up to your discretion. And I would like to give the following reasons for this. It was brought to my attention through emails that originated from Bob Sosek that the town will no longer be able to purchase diesel trucks, only electric trucks after the end of this year. And that is really, effective January 1st, 2025, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts will be adopting the California standard for truck emissions, and it will be effectively ending the ability of the town to purchase diesel trucks. And while several state legislators have pushed back with a letter to the Commonwealth about implementing the California truck emission standard, none of the leaders of the general court, in short, Karen Spilka or Ron Mariano or Governor Healy, they're not supporting this effort. And what that means to me is that effective January 1st, 2025, this new standard is going to be in place. I feel in a sense that it's like an unfunded state mandate. The state is not really helping small towns like us. Like many other things, the priorities of the state are different than the priorities of the town. That's just the way it is. But not purchasing diesel vehicles means that the town will have to purchase electric vehicles probably at a greater cost than what a diesel truck would be. And the reason for that is that electric trucks are not being mass produced. So the cost is probably going to be higher. And the other factor is that all the bugs may not have been worked out. Probably going to take several years, between 5 and 10 years, for it to be a more mature technology. It's not a mature technology right now. And I don't think that the town of Templeton should be a guinea pig for this new technology. I mean, in the long run, it's good for the planet and the like, but in the short term, there's probably going to be bugs. I don't think batteries would last. If a plow driver had to work an 18-hour shift, I don't think the batteries that exist today may last more than half the shift. And it creates a labor problem, creates additional potential expenses for charging stations and the like. There's just unknown expenses. So I would just implore you to place this on the fall town meeting warrant. And I say implore you because, the advisory committee, my fellow members of the advisory committee made it very clear to me in voting for this that this is a very important recommendation to go before your board. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to have it noted that this was distributed to the board and that this should be included in the documents presented for the meeting this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Citizen input?
Well, the point of order on.
You have a point of order, go ahead.
Point of order is the warrant has already, well, where his idea and his recommendation is spot on. You've already closed the warrant.
We're going to talk about the warrant tonight, so.
But you've already closed the warrant.
Understood.
Yeah, that's why I'm here tonight, because of the issues of closure of the warrant. I think it is better for the townspeople to have an item on the warrant rather than having it amended on the town meeting floor. I think for the average voter, that's not good. And potentially it could be $500,000 in a recommendation. And I think for it to come out of the blue on the town meeting floor is not the way to proceed. And that's why I'm here tonight. And again, I implore you to make every effort to place this on the fall town meeting warrant.
Mr. Chair. This isn't on the agenda, so can
No.
we even talk about it?
Well, we're going to talk about the warrant
But
tonight.
this
and
isn't on the agenda, isn't it open meeting law violation if
No.
we talk about it?
Tim is a member of the capital. I mean, if Tim has input during the town meeting, I mean, if you wanted to add any kind of discussion item for it, I would look to you. This is citizen input right now. You're right. It's not an agenda item. He just came in, dropped a document, made citizen input.
Yep.
So it's not forcing it on there. We received what he handed us and heard what he had to say. That's how I'm treating it. This is citizen input right
I
now.
know, I'm chomping at the
Citizen
bit
in-
because I have notes, but I don't know if, I don't think I can.
We have
discuss
had plenty of people come in at citizen input and drop documents on our desk. You know, I'd made no such promise that we've not, the board's not entertaining any of this right now. It's a citizen input. That's all it is. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Gage Pacier, 170 Farnsworth Road. Although I am the chairman of the TCTV Advisory Committee, I'm here as a citizen and a cybersecurity professional. I just wanted to state that it was confusing to me from a security perspective why Scout Hall should be an exception to a public property that doesn't have security cameras, or why it should even be a contentious topic that there should be security cameras. There's security cameras in the elementary school, the convenience stores. I just wanted to let you know that it's important and that I hope that you will consider installation of security cameras in that public space. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Gage.
Thank you, Gage.
Appreciate it. Right. Is there any other citizen input this evening? Thank you. All right, moving on to administrator comments. Mr. Lamontagne, good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to take note of the fact that we put out the senior center kitchen bid document. It's well over 200 pages. I really encourage folks to really put that out there to any potential bidders. So hopefully once bids are due, construction, for some reason, I don't know what it is, but we put out roofs, demolition projects, we get a ton of bidders, but construction, as we've learned, certainly it's not as popular as other bid projects. So please get the word out there. Hope to get a bidder. So because the board dedicated $150,000 of ARPA funds for this project. So we did get the bid package out, and hopefully we get a contract in hand by December.
Thank you.
And Gail, I know you're really looking forward to seeing that. So thank you. Also, I want to appreciate the fact of Representative Zlotnick connecting with Congressman McGovern on the Main Street Bridge project. I received a call from the congressman. It is on the radar screen. This is great news for the town of Templeton. The grant writer is going to be writing some documents that the congressman requested, and it's great to know that it's on the congressman's radar screen. Then finally, Houghton Park, you probably saw the parking lot got done. I want to praise the work of Grace and the Parks and Rec Commission, as well as the Community Preservation Committee. We're getting that project that's on track, and we're working, Grace should be working on the bid package for the playground equipment at that park. So I think we'll start seeing some use of it. Right now, I believe Parks and Rec closed it for construction,
Yeah, it looks good, but we closed it for renovations.
for renovations,
Yeah,
construction.
because there's some drop downs and the old fencing and stuff. We're concerned about safety.
So we'll start seeing some good things. So Otter River will have their park at some point, once we get all the equipment in and everything's up to code, back up, and when Parks and Rec opens that back up. Good to see that happening, and that's all I have this evening for my remarks, and that's pretty much it for the time being. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Adam. Appreciate it. All right, we're moving on into new business. I should add for new business, unless the board had a problem, what I'd like to do is move, just based on our Zoom audience out there, I'd like to move item J up before item F. And also I'd like to move item H, the town meeting warrant approval, up just after item J in front of item F. So it would go E, J, H, F. And the reason for moving up the town meeting warrant is if we do have any changes, observations, some, typos or otherwise, Adam can react to those, get them printed and back out here for approval and signature this evening. Yeah, any opposition to that or those agenda items? Good to go?
I'm fine.
Okay. All right, we are to introductions of new employees. We do have none on there. However, TCTV did tell me that they do have new one who just completed paperwork through Adam's office today. So I would like to offer to Steve to make an introduction.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the select board and audience. I'd like to introduce our new full-time program coordinator, Alex Harrison.
Hi, Alex.
And Alex replaces a full-time program coordinator that we had for a short while, but she got another job. So we wish her well. And fortunately, we had Alex in the wings working part-time for us. And Alex basically writes most of the Montechusett.tv website right now, and all the calendar items, and is coordinating that website. That's a big task. And also he is a signage manager in his previous
That's where we met.
stay in Ohio. And he's going to be very valuable to us in our digital signage initiative as well. And he's, helping us with TCTV and shifts at Scout Hall. And I think he's got a family of 3 children and a wife. And I think he'll be an excellent mentor for some of our younger workers as well. So I'd like to welcome him, and I am very glad he's here. He's a great help.
Thank you for coming
Welcome,
aboard.
Alex.
Welcome, Alex. Thank you for coming.
Anything else from the board? No? Okay. Welcome. All right. Appointments, I do have none, and we are moving on to item C, action related to a 1-day wine, malt, and live entertainment license for Izzy's Ice Cream. Hi.
You?
Come on up. Yep. Nicole?
Yes.
Hi, Nicole.
How are you?
Excellent. Holly is remote, so if anyone has any questions about the license application, Holly, you out there?
Yes, I am.
All right, fantastic. Nicole, what are you looking for?
We're just gonna do a day of liquor license and entertainment for, we have like a little fall festival. It's our closing day, so we just wanted to invite down our customers and have a little fun event. We're gonna have live music from 3 to 6, and then it's gonna be, the full event is gonna be 1 to 6.
Okay. Did you say that again? The whole thing is for 1 to 6?
To 6, but the music is only from 3
Oh,
to
okay,
6.
I got it. Can you give a little bit more of a description, like how are you serving?
So
It's at the site of Izzy's Ice Cream right
Yes,
now. that's a small, that's a small spot. Could you kind of talk me through like how many people you expect, parking, those sorts of
So
things?
what we're gonna do is we received permission from the car wash next door to use the lawn space for parking. And then we're gonna fence off the whole space, so it's an enclosed area.
Okay.
And then we're gonna have like a beer and wine tent separate, and then we have like a few vendors coming in that are gonna be set up as well.
Okay. Fenced off. I heard that. That's good.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Just looking at the permit, Nicole, it says here that you are going to be the licensed alcohol server.
Yes, yep, I have my tip certification and everything, yep,
Yep,
as well
yep.
as the other girl working.
The certificate of liquor liability is, it says here to be received by 10/17. You do not have that yet. It's in
We
process.
can't receive that until, wait, what was that one?
Certificate of liquor liability.
See, we can't receive the, she said we can't get that until we have the actual liquor license, yeah.
Okay. Did you say someone else is gonna be serving, or is it just gonna be you?
It's, well, I have like a bar back, but she's not serving. so,
Okay.
Yeah.
Basically a helper back there.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And did you run it by the chief of police?
No,
Does she need to run it by Mike?
I just ran it through Holly, that's,
I would ask Holly that question, like what other external agencies might be involved?
Did you hear Holly?
I did. I have not run it by the chief yet. My apologies. I will email him and get his blessing on that.
Okay. Yeah, I think my only concern is that it's a small spot. I do appreciate that you said that it'll all be roped off or otherwise. And that you'll have it's a tent that it'll be erected.
Yeah.
How many people do you expect?
I'm not entirely sure. I know I have 200 people online that said that they were coming, but
Okay, so you've got some kind of marketing, and you said that
Yeah.
this is like a hurrah, like last
well,
hurrah
closing day. yeah.
closing day. Okay,
We wanted to have just some like fun games for the kids on the lawn and just
Okay.
a good little event.
You have a rain, did you say rain date?
Yep, rain
Yep,
date
there's
is
a
the
rain date.
Sunday, yep.
Next
Okay.
day.
And who's checking licenses? Is
That
that
would be
you?
me. I'm tip certified, so yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
on the rain date, that is the way I put it on the license was we can do a 1-day or a 2-day event. So that's fine to have it either Saturday or Sunday. It would just be considered a 1 or 2-day event depending on when they actually hold it.
Okay. Live music, you have a
It's just
stage,
2 people playing, yeah.
2 people
Yep,
playing?
that's it. It's not a
Okay.
crazy band or
Okay.
anything.
Yep, this would cover you. I don't have any other questions. Are there any other questions from the board?
The only thing in my mind would just be to have the chief look at it, but we can we could potentially approve it pending
I agree.
police.
I think that is a very good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good.
As a matter of fact, I'll do it. I move to approve the town property use permit for the I'm sorry, wrong one. I move to approve the 1-day wine, malt, and live entertainment license for Lizzie's Ice Cream pending the positive recommendation of the police chief.
Okay.
It's Izzy.
Izzy,
Izzy,
Izzy.
what did I say?
Lizzie's.
Lizzie's, I'm sorry.
That's-
Second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I do appreciate at least having the police chief or a police rep
Mhm.
looking at that. My concern is just a small
Yeah.
plot of land,
Mhm.
and that's that's 2A? Yeah, that's 2A.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing I would be
No,
concerned.
101.
101, sorry.
Yeah.
We've
Thank you.
had, we've had these events like up at the Common before with tastings and
Mhm.
alcohol served in just somebody's house and I don't recall any problems whatsoever. And I mean, they were
Especially
like
if
close to the garden.
The
of Warrant, so
parking lot
it's-
can be blocked off, so it's the whole parking lot plus the
Mhm.
field, so it's a pretty decent sized space, so that's why we wanted to, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Jeff. I don't think we've heard of any problems with these things previously. I'd just like the police chief to look at their plan and just sign off to say that he's okay with it. That's all.
Do you want me to reach out to him as well, or?
I believe Holly, can help you with that.
Okay.
Holly?
She said she was gonna email.
Yeah, Holly's
Okay,
gonna,
perfect.
Holly will help us with that.
Yeah, I'm emailing him now about it, so you don't need to reach out. I'll confirm that with you.
Thank you, Holly.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? Hearing none on the motion to approve a one-day wine malt like we're doing separate or both.
It's got both. I put them in,
Okay,
yeah.
wine malt and live entertainment license for Aziz Ice Cream pending police approval. How would you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Yes.
Jeff is a yes.
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
Matt, and I'm a yes as well. I hope you have a great event.
Thank you so much. You guys can come down if you would like.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Sue.
Hey.
Come on up. Love to talk about this one. The next action item is action related to the town property use permit for the Templeton Lions Club Pumpkin Patch event.
Yeah, I'm Sue Larrabee representing the Templeton Lions Club. And actually, Darlene Dixon would be here tonight. She's has a prior engagement, but she isn't currently the secretary now. I've passed over sent on those duties to her. So you'll be seeing her in
Okay,
future.
but you're here on behalf of the line.
I am here for the Lions Club, yes. So this is an event that we do every year, pretty much the same MO. You know, the kids come down. We get the pumpkins. This year we're slated to get them. We're targeted to get them on October 7th. We bring them on the 8th to the gazebo area of the town common and put the pumpkins out. The kids come down in groups with the teachers. Typically, they break them up into grades, just depending upon how many kids are in each grade. Typically, there's 4 groups of kids that come down. They walk down with the teachers, cross the street, get their pumpkins, get their pictures taken, and then walk back on Wellington. So they come down on South Road, come back, go back on Wellington.
Mhm.
And we start laying the pumpkins out typically about 8:30. The kids show up about 9:15-ish. And we're basically done usually about 11, well, around noonish, depending upon how quickly the kids come down. And then we bring pumpkins to the school for the kids that are not able to attend. You know, there's the kids that are kindergarten kids and half-day kids.
Mr. Curry is showing the plan of the event, the plot of,
Application.
of how it's gonna
Yeah,
operate.
The overhead, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
We have our certificate of insurance. Darlene provided all that information to Holly. And the use permit. So the use permit, the parade route, the site map, and the insurance certificate are all set. The rain date would be the following day, the 9th.
Mhm.
So hopefully won't rain.
Holly, all set?
Yes, I'm not sure if you saw your email today. Sue had emailed me about this a couple of years ago when we did the town property use permit, and it was at different meetings and there were different discussions on it. We had a consensus of the board that any of the one-day permits that Lions Club needed were a benefit to the town, and we would town sponsor them through community services. And we wouldn't need to have them approved by the board. It would be designated for Adam to do those. With everything that's been going on with that permit, I put this on the agenda, so I wanted to see if the board was okay with that, and maybe even, if possible, tonight or on a future meeting, get an actual vote from the board so I can make that part of the procedure for that.
I'm very open to it. I know that Jeff has been a kind of, we've talked about it at the goals to relook at our process and our permitting process. I know that's on old business for tonight, but I, in the spirit of that 2022 agenda that you sent us, absolutely, in terms of town sponsor. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that, but I'm in favor of it
Absolutely,
just
yeah,
as a town sponsored
absolutely.
through community services.
Come on, you just gotta love green path. This is one, and then yellow. How cool is that?
Right.
So
So
if
the-
the board,
Yeah, so the impact to so Holly, the impact of what you just said and what was in our email is that there would be no fee and it would be a town sponsored event, correct?
correct, they also wouldn't need to provide their insurance certificate for these one-day events because they're town sponsored. The only one that I would bring to the board moving forward is that Christmas tree one, because it's a several-day event and it's different.
So Holly, what you're saying is, we'll miss Sue's face. People that are on the board next year won't see her face because Adam will just approve it.
Yep, basically.
I'll
If
be
you
here
want
for-
to just refer this one back to Adam for approval, that would probably be the right way to go.
And that doesn't need a policy, just an approval.
Or it's different. I brought it up that we're re-looking at them anyway, and I know that Jeff is talking through fees and otherwise, so we're having a simultaneous discussion of these
Got
things.
it.
For how Holly just proposed it is consistent with how we talked about the Lions before as it being a benefit to the community. So I have no problem it being a town-sponsored event.
Mhm.
I have two questions. Hang on a sec. Any other board member comments?
Just a general comment. We just went through this with Motorpalooza this past weekend. Is this something we approve or is this something that should be going through Parks and Rec?
Should be through Parks and Rec.
Okay.
I know that, I don't know how to characterize it
Yeah.
as growing pains or otherwise, but you're 100% correct.
Yeah, we've got the conflicting policies and bylaw right now.
Yeah.
So that just confounds the situation.
Is
Yeah.
that what you were gonna say in the back? Okay. Okay, I just want to complete board member comments.
And I just want to say, I mean, full disclosure, I believe I'm the only person on the board who actually has kids at that age in the school system. So I have two kids in the Templeton Elementary, but out of full disclosure, I mean, they've attended this before and it's been a wonderful event. So I applaud the Lions Club for the continual sponsorship of this event and thank them for their continued sponsorship of these things in the town of Templeton. But like I said, full disclosure,
Yeah.
I do have two kids in the system,
Okay.
so.
Thanks, Matt. I
Yeah,
was gonna
quick
go
go-
back to your point.
I was gonna say a quick go back. This is a good example of one of the rules I used to have in scouting. Don't make me make more rules because we just make it so convoluted, it becomes ridiculous.
I mean, we're following how we've done it and, I want to be able to adjust to
Yep.
make sure that Parks and Rec does have the authority that Jeff wound up highlighting to be able to
Yep.
say, we've got to follow that as a town. What they govern is town common and it was defined within, go ahead, I'm sure you know the chapter and verse.
Chapter 45, section 1.
You're the best. So I do want to make sure that I don't mind going through this right now because we're really just, approving the use to make sure that it's coordinated or otherwise. Candace, do you have anything you want to add in as a rep?
A program called FMX, like the school has.
Uh,
And we've invited Holly into it and, also, the new one at the, senior center, was it Ryan?
Yep.
Yeah, Ryan Brown, to be in it, to book up the different properties, like this room or different ones, like Scouts Hall and stuff, with Parks and Rec. So,
well, I want to be, I think we're going to need to be able to,
and we have.
I want to take care of the thing that we've always done. Like that's an expectation,
Yeah,
but
and
I
this-
want to make sure. We
This
want to
would-
make
for
sure that
us,
we're
this would
coordinating.
actually come under, we would not have fees on this, we would be sponsoring this on Parks and Rec end, the same way it is.
Yeah, because it's a
done for-
town common what
Since
they're
my,
asking
since
for.
my children have done it, it's always been sponsored by the town.
Yeah.
They've never, but they do give their liability form. That has to happen. I mean, in any time that you're doing a situation with two different entities and insurances, an insurance company will tell you the smart thing
Yeah.
is they have insurance. It's nothing for them to write Templeton and that whole, and that line on the bottom, and something happened, you know, the town insurance company would want us to do that.
Yeah.
So it is technically policy around every city and town, that if you have a different entity on your property doing an event and they have their own insurance, it's smart to have them put the town of Templeton and that section on the bottom where, I forgot what it's called, but it just says to the town, yeah, we do it. we
I've
do it to the
experienced that with
school.
like health
Yeah, the
insurance,
town
the ones
does it
that
to the
doing, we
school.
pay first to have
We
multiple
use it for
insurances.
rec-
Yep.
We use it for rec, and we'll use it for the town meeting coming up. We have that insurance where it's reversed, where it says from the town of Templeton to the Narragansett school system. So we give it to them, so there's nothing, you know, it doesn't, if they have insurance, they should, because they're a Lions Club to protect themselves.
Yeah, I brought it up more because, you know, like the point of town common
Yeah.
being part of that, the select board has been used to doing that.
Yeah.
We've adopted the Parks and Recreation Commission. We've got, and it's got to be a priority for us to be able to rejigger our policy to make sure that everything's identified, because, you know, a moment ago you were talking about something that's not town common. That's why we've got to deconflict that. But for the purpose of just trying to keep it, the process and coordination right now on your behalf for the town common, we, you
But
know,
our policy we have online mirrors pretty much like if you drop us off, like you drop Parks off of your policy about all of the properties that Parks would govern.
right.
Our policy is already in place. We're already doing it. We did a truck to truck with it right now.
Okay.
We've done, we're doing a field hockey clinic. That's a different organization that's doing that on the property, starting this Saturday. So we were already into that motion of doing it.
Okay.
And what
We
I'm.
just gotta, we gotta make sure that when we play traffic cop of when we get requests to use stuff, that they go to the right authority. It's all about authority, and, you know, if we're usurping the authority right now, it's more in the interest of how we've been doing it and to
Right.
make sure that we're at least adequately dealing with the
Yeah.
requests that we have. But, you know, as I look down this has to be prioritized so we can
I mean,
we have to have
you
one.
vote for this tonight. I mean, if you feel like we have to on.
That
one-
was all I was asking. Like, are you good with us just
Yeah.
going through this? This is an easy one.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
So,
I just won't have a problem.
just to clarify, we always submit our certificate of insurance.
Yes, I know,
liability.
yeah.
Okay.
And they usually
Matt,
go
you had
through
something
something
else?
else.
Okay. So sorry to bore you with all like
No,
the
that's okay.
infighting that we don't have infighting. We're just trying to make sure in the change as we grew as a town, we're just trying to make sure that we get the approval, the right authority for the right places, and I think we'll get there. But the point was well made by people in the audience otherwise. Any other board member comments?
My only comment, is the word town sponsored event? Should it be like a town approved event or something?
We're sponsoring it.
Okay.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
The
even
community services.
At my meeting on the 7th, we'll bring this up, and it will be it will be just, yeah, it'll be fine. We've done these a couple of times now, so
Thanks, Candace.
they're not very like fancy like this.
So Candace, so in the future, it'll be a rec commission.
Yeah, the next,
then,
they go
and-
through, they go through Rachel, our assistant, and she'll
Yep.
go through the process with them.
And
on
as
FMX.
far as the FMX goes, they can go in
They can go in.
January and pop it in for
Yep.
October
Yep,
and
and
be
put your
done.
application and everything in, and.
Let's not make the sausage tonight, but
Yeah.
I think we know which direction that we need to
Yeah.
go. When we talked about it at our select board goals meeting, we understood that we had some conflicting policy or otherwise, so as a priority, we need to work on that. But the good news is tonight that I think we're aligned that we're still good to approve as a town sponsored event, or at least that's the discussion thus far. Motion had been made already. No
motion, no.
Okay. All right, if someone would like to add the motion.
So can I just
Yeah.
clarify?
Sure.
So is the process changing for us?
It will, and we'll
Okay.
make sure that it's communicated.
Okay.
Well-
If it makes sense. So we looked at it, we have a Parks and Rec Commission now,
Uh-huh.
right? That change with the state law that comes along with the language. You could do a better job than, okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna, so I understand definition of the law. However, I looked into this further. So as it is right now, with commons, unless it's in the deed for park purposes, or if town meeting approved it for park purposes,
Let's
like
put
we
this
did
on
with
the
Houghton
next
Park,
We gotta figure
it
this.
still falls under the jurisdiction of the select board.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's,
I mean, the select board could always grant that authority over to Parks and Rec. But right now, without language, it still falls under the authority of the select board.
yeah, with how we were going with the permit that's right in front of us was positive. I don't want to dig a hole and
No, I just wanted to clarify.
I got it. Let's put it on a future meeting.
Mr. Chair,
It's not on.
Yep.
I just wanted to clarify, I was sort of asking if the board would refer this back to Adam for approval. And the reason for that is because they're going to be considered town-sponsored, and they have another one that would be on the next agenda if you don't want to do that. For the haunted hayride, I just got that one in today. So if
Okay.
we do want to refer them back to Adam, board can just not take any action on this or refer it back to him if the board agrees that that's the way you want to go with the one-day permits for the Lions Club. Does that make sense?
So you're
It
saying.
makes sense. I just don't want to be the only voice in the room. I understand the few different things that we've got going on right now. Policy, approval, authority and everything, but I also want to be able to be functional as well. And I don't want to be the only voice. Go ahead.
The only thing that I would state here is that we should take a look at how we've done this previously at the moment. Until we set policy or whatever we need to do in order to change it, I would suggest that we continue with how we've done it previously. If that means the board has approved these previously, though we change our policy formally to state otherwise, we should probably continue with what we have done previously.
It doesn't hurt if the board approves it tonight, it's not like it's not like Adam was like,
No.
I hate pumpkins, I'm not gonna approve it. I just want to be able to, if, we're a higher authority or otherwise, I'd rather deal with it, but I understand what Holly's saying is that, that if it's a town-sponsored event, that's what we had delegated to him.
Right, so those,
The residents for the government's mess. For lack of a better word.
I couldn't agree more. I'd rather fix that other stuff. to go
so
along.
the events that
I've already
fall,
opened it up to, so go ahead,
Okay.
Liz.
sorry,
Okay, so just my comment on it is that you have two boards with different sets of authority based on state law. And as such, town sponsored can still mean the rec, Parks and Rec. It does not mean the select board necessarily. And the reason I say this is the select board is not a super board. It is on the same level as the rec department. So when you take that, when you have that conversation, you need to take that into consideration that you have the select board and you have rec. It's not this. And so to have the TA approve these, I believe is inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're all here assembled. I don't know why we just wouldn't go for it. Again, it's not like Adam hates pumpkins. I'm gonna keep saying that so people believe it. TA hates pumpkins.
We'll get a visit from
Great
Linus,
pumpkin?
Linus and
Great
Charlie
pumpkin.
Brown's little sister.
That's where it's going to. Mr. Chair,
Good time
Go ahead.
for that, too.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the town property use permit for the Templeton Lions Club Pumpkin Patch as presented to make it a town-sponsored event and to waive the fees.
Second.
Tim was second. All right, motion in a second. Any further discussion? I bet you're gonna say to Darlene, boy, did you miss your prior engagement.
yeah.
Prior
yeah.
engagement.
Pick
my
the right
elbow.
one to be out of.
So for the next event, which is the haunted gazebo, which Holly alluded to, she's just received the request for that. Are we gonna be coming before the board to get approval for that?
Stay tuned to Holly. So
Okay.
as we figure this out, we're gonna make sure that we figure it out. But as I said earlier, we got to make it a priority to be able to figure out the
Okay.
authority issue
All
or
right.
what needs to be on that.
So just so everybody understands, the events that fall under the category of like a 1 day kind of thing or a few hours really kind of thing, from our perspective of using town property would be the Easter egg hunt, the pumpkin patch, and the haunted gazebo. Those are the three things. The trees, obviously,
Pumpkin patch, gazebo,
Easter egg hunt.
Easter egg, where's the Easter egg hunt?
we do that in front of the fire department.
From the fire department, all with under, I know we're gonna figure it out, but they're all under real estate, not buildings.
Right.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
real estate. Obviously, the Christmas trees is a bigger project, as you mentioned earlier, and that's like a 3-week plus kind of project, and we always understand we need to come before the board
Okay.
for that.
Well,
So,
like Jeff was saying, we don't want to be in your way. We'll figure our issues out before,
Okay.
so we're not stopping the good work that you do.
Okay, so we'll just have Darlene keep in touch with
Absolutely,
Holly and
yes.
see what the changes are,
Yep.
if any.
Yep.
Okay. And we're all set for.
And we'll make sure they're on the appropriate meeting, whether it's us, Adams Authority or Candace's. We'll make sure that they like, as a traffic cop, we'll make sure that they go to the right place.
Okay,
Okay.
sounds good.
Do you have any other questions for us? We're still gonna
No,
take
but
a
I,
break here but
so we would fill out the same documentation
for now.
Okay.
Yep.
already.
All right.
Sounds like a plan.
Any other discussions, questions?
So when is the pumpkin patch again?
It's October the 8th. We're
Okay.
picking up the pumpkins on the 7th.
What time?
The kids start coming down around 9:30.
Okay, thank
You,
you.
Yeah, I don't know if,
you
being,
guys coordinate after.
Yeah,
the
just-
conversation?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
yeah,
Thank
he
you.
sends someone to video.
Yeah.
Which is,
Yeah, that's the intent.
Just kind of
Yep.
cool.
Absolutely.
All right, hearing nothing further on the motion to approve the Lions pumpkin event as a town-sponsored event, how would you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
I abstain.
Matt?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Pray for son.
Yeah, I know, really. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, who seconded that?
I think I called Tim. Tim was the second on
Tim was the
that.
second.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay.
All right, moving on. We've got Light and Water Superintendent Tom Berry with us. This is action discussion related to Templeton Light Resiliency Grant for distribution improvements on Royalston Road, Norcross Hill Road, Old Royalston Road, Gavin Road, and Alliance Health at Baldwinville Nursing and Rehabilitation Facility. Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Well, thank you for having me on tonight. I apologize, I can't be there in person, out of town for the week. But I just wanted to come to a meeting and just kind of provide some information on a grant that we are putting through the state. A little bit of background. The bipartisan infrastructure law provided a significant amount of money for grid resilience projects. And we've been patiently waiting for those funds to be released. And they have recently been released to the states. So the Mass CEC was tasked with distributing those funds as a sub-award. And for this year's allotment, I believe the figure is about $9.2 million will be awarded to Massachusetts utilities. So the Light Department, with the assistance of our joint action agency, MWIC, Mass Municipal Electric Co-op, is going to put in an application for a couple of projects that we think are definitely worthy of the funding. And I just wanted to provide the board and get any other public input. I don't know if there's any residents in attendance or not. But I'd just like to just kind of run through what we're planning on submitting. And then maybe just open it up for any questions.
Sure, that sounds good, Tom.
Okay, so we kind of took a two-part project, a project in two parts. The first part is going to consist of setting new poles and replacing the bare primary conductor on Royalston Road and the roads off of Royalston Road, Norcross Hill, Old Royalston Road, and Gavin Rd. So basically all the roads from King Philip Trail to Elliott Hill Road. That would consist of new poles and replacing the bare wire there with some more tree resistant insulated conductor that's stands up to storms much better. So that's the first part. The work on Royalston Road is fairly straightforward. We would be adding a few poles on the first section of the road from King Philip Trail to Norcross Hill, and then just replacing old poles from Norcross Hill to the end. On Norcross Hill Road, it would just be replacing the poles, but at the end there are, I think, 5 or 6 poles that kind of disappear into the field behind 1 or 2 homes there. We'd be looking to kind of bring those out to the road, and again replace the bare conductor with some insulated conductor. Old Royalston and Gavin, similar, replacing poles. Gavin Road, again, there's a few that are kind of sitting off the road, don't have very good truck access, so we want to bring those out as well. We're lumping all those into one project because it just kind of made sense. They were kind of all in the same condition. And I know the residents down there can definitely attest to the problems that we've had down there with storms in the last couple of years. The second part of the project would be to replace the pad mount transformer at the former Baldwinville nursing home on Hospital Road. That transformer was put in 1979, I believe, when the building was built. So it is getting tired electrically and also physically, it is kind of getting rusty. So being as an important facility in the town, we thought that that would be a good fit for some to include in this project. So that's kind of the summary of what we're looking to do. I also would like to get a formal letter of support from the board, if you would. I've been in discussions with Adam about this, and that would be terrific if we could get something from the board that we could include with the application. The application's due October 4th, and we're gonna see if we can get some of this money that they're offering.
The suggested letter that that's in our packet, dated today, that would be a part of the greater packet. It wouldn't be a standalone letter, correct?
Correct. It would just be they're saying that any kind of letter of support from community groups and such would be beneficial. So that's why we included. We have one from the Light and Water Commissioners. We're attempting to get one from a senator and a representative also.
Yeah, and the only reason I ask that cryptic question is because it's not on our letterhead, but it's well written. I read through it it's straight and to the point, and it's got our signature blocks at the bottom. And hearing you say October 4th, there's not a lot of time to be able to amend something or otherwise. So I just, offer that for consideration. I read through the letter and I think that's a good thing. Go ahead, Matt.
Tom, it's Matt Revard. I'm sure you guys have probably done this, but I just wanted to ask, if the electric department was to do this all on their own, how much would this end up costing the town as opposed to be getting this from a grant, just out of curiosity?
Good question. They do have a 1/3 match requirement. And the Light and Water Board has committed to provide that. I don't have an exact budget figure as of yet, but right now it's looking like it's going to be somewhere on the $500,000 range. But the 1/3 cost match would be provided from the labor and equipment, which would be provided by the light department. So things that we'd be using the grant for would be materials, and if we needed any third-party help, which we probably will, particularly on Royalston Road, we'll probably be running into a lot of rock. So there's a third-party contractor that we use to drill the holes, and also probably a fair amount of tree work that we would use a third party for. So that would kind of make up the contractors that we would use the grant money for, and also the equipment, the materials.
So just to clarify, you're saying that the total cost you're thinking is estimated around $500,000, of which Light and Water would have to do 1/3 of it.
Correct. That would, 500 or so. Like I said, I'm still kind of working out those details.
In kind as well, not cash. So Tom was talking about like in
Labor.
kind labor.
Yeah.
So they're using in kind.
But you,
costs as
Yes.
well.
but Light and Water is comfortable with being able to commit to that.
Yes.
Okay.
That was my question, if there was how sometimes you have to put a matching fund or what have you, so it's 1/3 light company, 2/3 grant. To be
Yes.
specific.
And that 1/3 can be in kind, labor and equipment.
And could I make would we have time to put it on town letterhead?
I don't know.
We're gonna, like you mentioned, it wasn't on town letterhead, but would we have time to do that? Make it official?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be great.
So we wouldn't, whatever the board decides tonight, we wouldn't sign this, but we would have to ask Adam's office or Tom's office to be able to coordinate and then get something for our signature. So likely it would either be wet signatures or a digital signature.
You okay with that? Or Holly, are you okay with that? Is she still on?
I would say wet signature on this one.
Wet.
Yes, that would
I think
work with me.
I think it'll have a little more clout.
Okay. So, we would calendar.
Tom, when did you say you have to have this submission in again? Is it? It's next Friday.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, next
That's
Friday,
reasonable.
1 week from Friday.
That's reasonable for us to get in there. Okay. All right.
Do you have an electronic version of it right now? And if so, can you just, no? Okay.
I don't think there's an electronic version. There is a version on here. Gives them a chance to get my name right.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, we're thinking if there was
The
an
Irish
electronic
version.
And it could go run through it, print it out,
Uh-oh.
bring it back to the board.
Tom's like,
Well, like to put it on take what they have for content that they probably have the document, put it on our letterhead and otherwise, but I think it's reasonable for us to get in here for a wet signature.
I think we need a motion to approve the letter.
That is correct. Yeah. It is on the agenda as a discussion item. However, the content of the packet had the letter, like the request was to actually do this. So, yeah, I just wanted to be able to say this is action related. It's action, if we're deciding to take action, otherwise it was a discussion. So, yeah, I'll accept a motion.
I think consensus should be fine. I don't think you need any action. So you're all individually signing
Just a
it.
disc-
Are people comfortable with consensus, or would someone like to make a motion?
I'll
Mr.
make-
Vice?
I'll make the motion I'll make the motion for the board to approve the letter as presented by Templeton Light and Water to Mass Clean Energy Center in support of their grant application and for the members of the board to sign
On letterhead.
on letterhead.
Okay, I have a motion and a second from
Yep.
Tim. Any further discussion? Hearing none on the motion to support Templeton Light and Water with a letter in support of their grant. And for the select board to sign as soon as a copy would be made available for wet signature. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Yes,
Terry and Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes too. Tom, thank you for your presentation tonight.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
night.
Thank you, Tom. Have a good night.
Hey, Tom.
Take care.
All right, now, as I had asked previously, if we could go E, J, H. Our next item would be action related to contract accounting firm. I'm gonna give the floor to town administrator, and he has Mr. Aponte
Correct.
on the line. Okay, Adam, please.
Thank you. I sent a request for quotes out.
Yeah, had to clear my throat.
Oh, Fred, you ready?
Sorry about that.
No worries. So,
You're live on TCTV.
so I sent the request for quotes out. We're very fortunate where we have Fred Aponte, who worked for the town nearly a decade ago. And his son runs the firm. They're interested in coming back. I interviewed with Fred. I feel like he has the experience, knowledge to certainly get us right to where we need to be for accounting services. And with that, I think the only one here that actually probably worked with Fred was Jeff. So, Fred, you want to kind of take it from here, or?
Well, I certainly remember Jeff, and I remember him fondly. I mean, I thought we had good conversations way back then. It was a long time ago, though, Jeff. 10 years, you know?
Yeah, I was a pain in the butt back then too.
Yeah, but you have good points. I remember you, and I respect you, and happy to be back, or happy to be trying to be back.
Yes, Fred was here in a time of a change from one system, cities and towns, to Vadar, and a big budget era, and some other things. And he did a pretty good job then, and he had been the town accountant in other towns. And I don't foresee any issues or problems moving forward with Fred coming back. It'll be nice actually physically in the building, even if it's weekly or whatever. But as I said, I remember him. I have no issues with him. He did good work back then. And like I said, he came to Templeton in the midst of a pretty good mess. And I think he handled it as good as it could be done. So I look forward to working with you, Fred, again.
Yep, so do I. I think I wasn't really prepared for this because I, just met with Adam on Monday. So maybe you guys ask me some questions and I can, go from there.
Any questions for Fred or Adam?
Adam, you said you solicited quotes.
I did.
And how many quotes did you receive, just out of curiosity? And I'm assuming that this was of the ones you got, this was the one that was either the lowest or the most impressive?
I sent out three requests. We received two. Unfortunately, the one you have in your packet, Markham, actually does the audit for light and water. So it actually worked out perfect because Fred's son reached out to me, and I called him in for an interview. And so yeah, out of the quotes that we were able to move forward with, Aponte is the one that can perform the services. I believe there'll be a little bit of savings too with Fred coming on. So I mean, I certainly recommend Fred Aponte. He did he's got the knowledge. He met with the assistant town accountant, went with the assistant TA and myself, and I think he could hit the ground running in the position of accountant. Everybody I've spoken to that at least worked with him, that stopped by the office, I reached out to Jeff. I talked to Jackie Prime, Holly as well, and all I hear is positive things. So I'm confident he could do the job. So if the board were to authorize me to change the course that we do business in the sense of contracting a firm, I could execute those contract documents and get Fred going. I guess through the chair to Fred, how fast do you think your son could get me a contract?
Knowing him pretty quick, pretty quickly, maybe I ought to tell you a little bit about myself for those of you who don't know me. I mean, I've been doing this for 27 years. I started out in Harvard. And you must all remember the 5-seat cuts way back. I mean, so towns were hurting. I suggested to Harvard that I work 30 hours a week and then do something part-time. So I worked in Upton, Templeton, other towns, 10 hours a week. I was 30 hours in Harvard. And, that worked out well for me. I got to know people, we all have networking. I know I'm certified. I know every aspect of accounting. Jared is a certified treasurer, and he is unbelievable at, researching, digging, and finding what our issues are. And he came up with this idea. It was about a year ago. And I said, okay, sure, fine. I'll, probably have one client or something. That'd be great. He's done it, and you guys would be our 6th client. So he's, things are moving very quickly. I know Vadar, which helps because we've gone into some towns where I don't know the software, and you're learning the software and then trying to close the books for some other accountant. So it makes things a little more challenging, but I think this could be a really good fit. I'm looking forward to coming back, and I will be in the office, not all the time. I talked to Nancy. I want to find out her concerns. I want to find, go from there first. I'll look at the software, look at the balance sheet, all of that. But then I want to talk to Nancy and find out what her concerns are, and we'll go from there.
Fred, that's exactly, what I was going to bring up. I want to make sure, continuity of operations. Nancy has been a rock star for us. And that was my biggest concern, is that we have, we've got integration and, again, continuity of our financial operation. We, pending the board's decision tonight, we mentioned the good times, we mentioned the bad times. We'd like to think that we're in good times right now. Roselli is our audit agency.
Oh, that's awesome. I work with them in 4 other towns.
Okay.
That's awesome.
And, as we had discussed at one of our previous meetings, we have a yearly goal setting meeting, just recently, that, we've been ticking away at our material weaknesses. And, we're looking to keep doing that and not, reset a clock or go backwards or otherwise. So again, whatever the board decides tonight, if you've got Jeff's seal of approval, I think that speaks a lot.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah. And he got to go first too, so that set the tone. But that's the most important thing for me, is to integrate into our current operations.
Yeah, see, I'm not really concerned about day-to-day operations. I think that's going to go quite smoothly. I want to know about other things, like Nancy tells me payroll goes through accounting. That's not the way it's done in every other town. It should be through Treasury. So we need to work out how we're gonna do it. Jared's pretty much an expert at that, so I
Okay,
think things could be really good. There's gonna be some, hiccups, obviously, but a lot of questions is what we're gonna do. And I don't live in Florida. I live 30 minutes away, so I'm good to go.
Okay.
So point
All
of
right.
clarification, what we received in our packet, this isn't what we're talking, this isn't the plan.
I would direct your question to Adam.
Is this what we're talking about? Is this the firm or is this a different firm?
That was one of the other quotes, but they can't perform the duties because they have a conflict because they do the audit for Templeton Light and Water.
So this is
That's
void.
this-
So any money on here is void, null and void. What was?
Great
the-
question. Thank
Yep.
you.
Forget the other question. I was gonna ask. It's okay. I just wanted to
Mhm.
make sure that I knew what we were.
Markham is out because they performed Light and Water's audit. That makes sense.
Okay,
Okay.
so that's
You just
not-
provide, Adam, you just provided that as information to show that you had gotten multiple. Yeah.
Any other board member comments?
The only,
Will
you
we
go
s-
first, Harry.
Will we see the contract and all that? Will that come before us and for approval, or how does that work?
I could send it to the board.
What do you think?
Executed.
Is that necessary so that we can, or would it need to be on an agenda, or how are we gonna deal with that?
Well, the motion is for the town administrator to sign. He controlled the accountant shop.
the only other question I would have,
Actually, that last contract was with us, correct? The last contract was with us. So we would
I
be
believe
giving,
it
we
was.
would be changing, say again?
I believe it was.
We would be changing that to authorize Adam as it's given, as it was placed in our packet. But again, this is for discussion. To answer your question,
I just want to hear what everyone has to say.
okay. As it's presented to us, that it would be the town administrator signing, is working with and signing. Any other board member comments? All right, I'll open it up. Liz.
I'm sorry, I had one question. Sorry, Liz. I didn't mean to jump over you, sorry. Liz. The only other question is, just because I didn't have anything in the packet in front of me that has dollars on it, I just wanted to know what the cost was going to be.
Well,
your-
you're gonna
what your-
have to talk to my son about that because he's in charge of that, so.
So it should, so at that point, I absolutely think this should come back, and I would say that this should be, what I would think that we should do is that, and I'll make a
Unless
mo-
he's, excuse me, I apologize for interrupting.
you're
Unless
fine.
he's already presented that to Adam.
I thought your question would have gone to Adam.
I believe, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I believe the maximum a month was 5,000. We had sufficient funds in the budget.
So 5,000 times 12 is
That's what it said on
60,000 a
this
year.
You're first up.
That's what it said on this one, up to.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Up to, but this isn't the one we're talking about. We're
Right.
talking about.
So that in my mind, I would think I would want to see this come back on paper, the contract terms. And I would be willing to make a motion to table this item to the regular business meeting of,
I'd approve him. to move
Yeah, because
forward.
we don't have an account right now.
And I remembered my other question.
Oh.
Is it temporary until we find,
No.
till things,
No,
are-
this-
this is the way we're gonna go forward forever? Like.
For the
or
time
till-
being.
What's the time being?
We'll see how
At
they
the board's
perform in
discretion,
their contract.
If I may, the reason my son did this, he did this about a year ago. The
Mhm.
reason he did it is because towns cannot find finance people. They can't
Mhm.
find accountants. They can't
Mhm.
find treasurers. They can't find assessors. So he figured, hey, why not me do that? Us do this.
Yeah.
And that's why he started it. So we certainly understand that it could be temporary. We don't have any expectations of being it, full time unless it is. So
Yeah, it
We
is a
get it.
little frustrating for me, no disrespect to you, because that was the problem to begin with, was the person didn't live in town, and it was, very difficult to get a hold of her at times, and there were all kinds of hiccups that came with this type of situation, so.
as it was presented, you know, you said he's 30 minutes away.
Yeah.
And we have a full-time,
Yep,
yep. the
but that's
assistant
why I
and
asked if
otherwise,
it's
and-
how,
And I, you know, as I heard Fred, I didn't even get to ask my question before he said, I want to talk with Dan, like he knows the name, he knows to be able to do that. So, you know, conceptually, it's different that the TA presented this as a course of action going forward.
Mhm.
It may not be that way, but let's, you know, let's test this, you know, different concept as we've got it right now. You know, I heard a moment ago, the TA said, you know, we don't have an accountant right now. We have an accountant office, but we don't have a lead accountant. I got that. Your concern was, dollars. If you're saying that if it was a maximum of, what was the
Five.
timeframe, 5,000 per
it was up to.
month?
And I can't sign a contract that's over an appropriation that town meeting already approved.
Right. But
And that's-
but 5,000 is doable as a max based on that appropriation.
I already looked at the budget.
I mean, Matt, would you want to, like, you know, give authorization, given the max that the town administrator is telling us that the budget line item can handle,
If
knowing that the dollar amount may came, he can report back to us.
and fortunately, I didn't get the full motion out, so I can kind of.
Sorry. All right. Well,
Yeah.
I also want to be able to,
Yeah.
I mean, I'd still open it up during
Yeah.
discussion or otherwise. Do
Here-
you want to make the motion?
So-
I still,
So the original motion I was going to make was going to be to table until the next regular business meeting, just for him to negotiate so we could see the contract. However, if hearing him saying what they're proposing is 5,000 or a month or less, which ends up to $60,000 basically per year. And financially, you've looked at the town, you've looked at the finances, this is within what we have for the accountant line at this point. Okay, I would be willing, I at that point, I feel better about just making a motion to have Adam to authorize the town administrator to, or it would be move forward. I don't know if we want to have him negotiate and then have
I
it
would
come
say
back to
it-
us to sign or whatever.
I would say authorize the town administrator to work out the contract
Mhm.
details with, as presented this evening,
Mhm.
and not go over a maximum of $5,000 per month.
Be fine with that.
So.
Do we want to get anyone else to do any other discussion?
will.
from the floor?
I mean-
Oh, okay, so in that case, I will move. Hang on. I will move to authorize the town administrator to negotiate and sign related contract documents to town accountant contract not to exceed costs of $5,000 per month.
Yeah, and if you could add as presented, because that's.
As presented.
Yeah, because that's obviously directed at
Yeah.
Mr. Aponte. All right, I have a motion.
So to clarify, Mr. Aponte's son's gonna write his PAC proposal.
Mhm.
Give it to Adam. They're gonna want.
Adam's
to-
gonna negotiate all that with,
Okay.
as presented.
Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah.
He's the boss. I work for him, so.
With the
I never
vendor-
thought that would happen.
Yeah,
I had a brother that did that, took
There
my
you
father
go.
to retirement. It's a wonderful life.
Kelsey, Jeff is second.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeff.
That might be, I'm sorry, that might be another good thing to tell you. I'm retiring in November, so I'm gonna have more time. We have more town. We have more towns, so it's not just, I can't have, just one town going to one town, but
Contracts with the firm.
yeah, exactly.
And just because we've gone all over the place, I'm gonna, it's open up. We've got the motion in the second. Liz, I'm sorry, we kept on stepping on
No, I
you.
get it. The board needs to talk. I have a number of concerns. First, tonight, there should have been a dollar figure per hour and the number of hours that are expected for somebody to be on site. As the gentleman just said, he's retiring. His son is not a known entity to this town. Nothing against your son or anything. He's just not a known entity, all right? Next point.
We can give you references of the towns we've taken this on a year ago. And we have 5 clients, so we can give you references. That'd be good.
Yeah, and not meaning any disrespect, right? Because it started off with, Jeff knows you and worked with you before, has not worked with your son, okay? And I speak from experience of working with companies that come in, they give you the A team for when they're negotiating, and you may not get the A team. Not saying that you're not going to. I am not saying that at all. I'm just saying I've run across this a number of times in my own professional career that is a problem. To have, and then on top of that, to have the TA negotiated and sign off on a contract, I believe is inappropriate. It is the select board's responsibility. It is your decision, and delegating it to anybody else is inappropriate. Thank you.
Well, what I would have to say is I'm the town accountant, not Jared. It's Jared's business. I'm the accountant. And I've been doing it for 27 years. So that's all I can say.
All right, thank you, Fred.
And
Glenn had his hand up too. I'll
Just
come
one
right back
question,
to the
is this gonna
board.
be a salaried position or an hourly position?
If I may.
Not hiring, go ahead.
Yeah, it'll be hourly up to a max,
It'll be hourly?
up to a max as I understand it,
Yeah,
but
we're
until I had the proposal in writing.
Contracting with a company to provide service, yep. So invoiced by. Candace,
I just want to know how this will work for Nancy if he's only in here like once a week. Like she needs his extra support. Would he be willing to come down here? Because I personally in Parks and Rec have it come in and experienced and watched that woman work very hard. And with the situation in Florida, I felt it was very difficult to watch what she had to go through. And I really, as a town person that lives here, I really would like to see Nancy have the work support that she needs from a head person
I
on the
agree.
ground when things get crazy, because we get a lot of stuff like it comes out at once, it hits her hard, and she's one person, and I really hope that she would get this kind of support that she would need to get the things done and put into that office for signs and to be signed by all of you and all the things she has to do. That is my main concern, that job role that's currently in here supporting our town right now, that she's worked very hard over the years, that she has a support in this new entity coming in, that she's gonna have that top tier that isn't like in Florida, like Little League can come in here if she gets in the weeds. I'm not saying, you know what I mean? If she, overworked.
accessibility.
And overworked, or when she goes away or comes back, it's not like piled up. She doesn't have a drawer of things that she's trying to, keep on coming up, that she has that support that she truly needs in that office.
Yeah, I understood.
Okay,
Mhm.
I just want to make sure.
All I can say about that.
I can't make sure of that, that's.
No, I'm
you know,
just saying that I
won't be
just
able
want
to-
the gentleman
yeah.
to know
I got
that
it.
Nancy's.
Well, what,
and
if I
she's
may,
support.
I
Yeah.
mean, you have
All
a
right, go ahead.
person in Florida now.
Mm.
I'm 30 minutes away. Yes, I will be willing to come in there, but I'm gonna also mention this. Other than working with Nancy and working through the problems that she has or the concerns that she has, the day-to-day operations, I do not have to be sitting in that office to do. You've got Nancy for one thing. She's processes warrants and payrolls, but I'm gonna be right there. She's gonna have whatever she needs.
Well, Parks and Rec can have 19 payrolls and they're all hand done. They're not electronically in the system. So we put a lot of stuff on her, and one time we're down because we don't have a sport going on. And then next thing you know, we're buying a bunch of stuff, doing a bunch of things, and then she's got the the department that has a bunch of stuff at the same time. So she's one person trying to execute it all and throw it and get it everything. And I just felt like.
But I don't think the
day.
I understand.
I'm sorry, but I don't think the day-to-day operations is what's getting her. It's all the extra stuff she has. She has some payroll things that I've never heard of going through the accounting department, which we will address and we'll be on top of it. But it's not the day-to-day stuff.
Okay.
Thank you, friend.
I have one other question that I want to ask through to the town administrator for
Absolutely.
you. I know that with our previous town accountant was not under contract for a period of time, but when the last contract for a town accountant was in place, who signed it? Was it the town administrator that signed it, or was it the board that signed the last contract for?
The last contract action, I believe, was an extension.
Oh, the offer. I signed it. The board approved and I signed it.
Okay.
So it'd be the same. It's just that we're going with the firm this
Yeah.
time.
So,
It's a service,
right,
not a person.
Correct.
Terry, you
Just one last comment that was passed on to me through the generations. You know, my dad was a subject, he was a plumber, but he lived through a lot, you know, and in his 80s, people were coming to him with problems that newer plumbers had no clue. And with 27 years of service, I do think that makes Mr. Aponte a subject matter expert. So, you know, and I'm sure that, you know, knowing what I know with the relationship with my father and my brother, you know, it'll be fine.
okay.
Well, it'll work, you know.
Good. Thank you, Terry. Matt, did you have any go backs? I saw that you were in thought, so.
yeah, I'm wondering if I'm trying to decide if I want to amend the motion to, because I'm having spoken, having asked Adam that the board approved the last town accountant's, the person's contract, and he signed it. I'm wondering that if we shouldn't at least have the contract, have you negotiate it, but have it returned to us to approve it before he signs it. I know, and I understand that it's a service as opposed to a
That's my
person.
That's my contention.
But I feel that for consistency's purpose, if anything, for just oversight's purpose, it might be worth it to have that happen. So, I'm going to request to amend my motion to have to authorize the town administrator to negotiate related contract documents for the services of the town accountant for said contract to come before the board for approval, and then when approved, for him to sign. And that is a formal amendment to my previous motion.
It's a weird amendment. He rewrote it.
What was it?
He rephrased, whatever.
The previous
whatever he's
motion was,
doing, he's
the
rephrasing
previous
the law.
motion was for him to negotiate it and then just sign it.
I'll second his amendment.
Does it sound right?
It does.
You're always my process guy.
It does, only because we had worked through the extension, but I'm still thinking, and I don't have it in front of me, but I'm thinking the last contract was done by this board.
Yeah, I was more, like about the process of completely changing the amendment, whether we killed that one and then he redid it.
Right.
I mean, it's all semantical. We don't want to waste people's time, so.
It is.
It was, the motion was remade and it was reseconded. So does everyone understand? I mean, it's a pretty easy one to understand. He basically he took the money part out and gave the authorization to negotiate, and then it's gonna come back to us in, we presume, 2 weeks.
I say, it sounds like Fred can have a contract to us within that time period. So I mean, if Fred can have it back to us in time for our next packet, and then, yeah, it would be our next business meeting, I think would be.
Whatever he's. gonna
Whatever
get back
timeframe needs to happen, yeah.
I would suspect you'd have it in a couple of days.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, I would say the next regular business meeting, if that's the case.
Okay, so the board should understand that. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I just would like to say something.
Of course.
When Adam called me and mentioned Fred Aponte's name, I went online and did a little looking. He is listed as the current town accountant in the town of Sterling.
Mhm.
I went to the DLS website. I looked up past work for Sterling, the balance sheet, the Schedule 8, it's all stuff that you can find online. There's free cash had not been certified as of yesterday, but everything that I looked at that has been done in recent years, I went back 4 years, what was shown on there. And then I sent an email to someone who I knows stuff. In Boston, and I'm not gonna say name, but, this isn't about, I wanna hire Mr. Aponte because I know him, I remember his work or anything like that. I took the time to go look up his record of his financials at his towns that he's worked at, and I found no issues. I was informed of no issues, and I saw no red lines of any sort. So,
And
I'm just not here all giddy because old Fred's guy I know was coming back. I went and took the time to look up his work and the record, and I found no problems. So I just want to make that clear. It's not about, we're friends or anything like that. I haven't seen Fred or talked with him in a number of years. Was with him and when Jeff Ritter was here.
Yep.
I went back and looked at his work, and I've looked at the towns that he's listed as working in, and I found no issues. And I did check beyond the website, and I got nothing. So
Interesting.
I'm confident that he can come in and pick up and get the job done. And it's a position that a town cannot be without for any length of time without getting in trouble. Don't look no further than Winchington for the second time in, I don't know, 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Just,
And-
so that's.
and
Thanks
that's
for
all
the
I have to say.
clarification.
And understand
Appreciate
something,
that.
Jeff, this is the request for us to come back to us is by no means a reflection of, yeah,
Just the
Yeah.
comment from.
yeah.
No, we've
Good
been,
stuff,
to
so-
me, I was caught off guard because I was looking at this.
So,
Not,
Okay.
no fault. It's just the way it is.
Further discussion? Everyone's clear on the current motion? Hearing nothing else? Go ahead.
My only concern is
I thought you
probably
put your
what
pen back down.
Adam's thinking is that that's 2 more weeks he has to wait. And do some more work.
Is there a mechanism that you guys can have like a small meeting to just look at the contract and vote on it?
we could
Just
technically
sign
have it, I mean,
Aren't you
Like a
coming in
special
for like
meeting?
signatures soon?
That's that's a signature. I mean, we could potentially come in.
Excuse me, just so you know, Jared says he'll have the contract to you tomorrow.
oh, wow.
You just go through the negotiations.
Yep.
And then have an off-cycle meeting, 1 item, possibly 2. So that way you're not waiting 2 weeks, yet the board can look at, my concern is this. You give them a talk, you've already negotiated part of the way saying no more than $5,000 a month, right? You've already done that. So you're looking at an hourly rate. How many hours do you expect this person to be in here? If you already had that in front of you, that would be a different conversation, but you don't. So leaving it all in one person's hands, you just need to bring it back. Have a meeting next week.
Whenever you're ready, I would say, whenever you're ready, if you need us to come back to a meeting and we can coordinate that's fine with me.
No, I understand the point. You want to see the contract. I'm not,
Does it have,
I haven't even received it myself, so.
does it have to be live TCTV?
Well, I mean, we can do a remote meeting as well.
Yeah, we
We're
could
good at
Zoom.
those.
Okay, that's a great idea. I'm for that.
Any further discussion? On the motion,
Oh, sorry. You mean we could, if we got the contract tomorrow, we could Zoom tomorrow and get it done?
no.
No.
Yeah, put it on-
It has to-
You need
we still
48
have to-
hours.
Oh,
we still
yeah.
have to do- we still have to do
Friday?
48
Can we
hours.
get it done Friday?
48
48
hours.
hours. It wouldn't
Yep.
be until Monday at
Let's
least.
put our trust in Adam to be able to turn that around, and if he needs us back. I mean, if we don't see him in 2 weeks because it takes him that long, then it takes him that
Okay.
long. If Adam needs it within, this time next week, then we
pull
can
us
work
in.
on that, yeah.
Okay.
We can coordinate that.
Yep.
On the motion for Adam to negotiate the contract. And then come back to the select board for approval.
Before he signs.
Yep. No, I thought what,
No, he
you're
said-
gonna have to read back,
Did
because
say it.
Was-
I believe that you changed the authority to us.
It was,
We did.
did I change the authority back to us?
Yes, I think that's the whole reason why you redid it.
No,
No,
first to look at and add.
I think it was to approve the contract, but then for Adam to sign after we've approved the contract.
I mean, Kelsey's not a stenographer,
Yeah,
so
okay.
Yeah, I don't, I have to rewatch the video sometimes.
I know.
Wording.
I'm fairly positive my wording was to authorize the town administrator to negotiate contract documents for town accountant services to return to the board with the contract for approval and then for him to sign after approval.
Okay,
That was the wording
And
I'm
Jeff
fairly
seconded.
confident on, and Jeff
Yeah,
seconded the
Jeff
wording.
seconded.
okay. On that motion, how do you vote? Tim,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well.
Done.
Adam, Fred, thanks for
Thank you,
joining us
Fred.
this
Thank you,
evening.
Brad.
And Adam, if you've got you got the marching orders to proceed, and call us back at your earliest convenience.
Pleasure to meet you all. I mean, I'll talk to Jared tonight and he'll get something to you tomorrow.
Looking
For
forward.
sure. Okay,
We
thank you very
appreciate
much.
your time.
Good
Thanks
night.
for hanging in. Thank you.
Nice seeing you, Jeff.
Take care, man.
Okay, we are now to item H that I had moved up before item F. So we are now at the approval for fall town meeting warrant.
Mr. Chair, you want me to go through each article or?
I'd like to go through it by exception. If we had changes from the last time. If you wanted to highlight those, some of the ones that we've already gone through, I don't think we need to go through them again, like sewer payment was the same see Article 2, you don't need to go through.
Article 3?
Yeah. And could I clarify, we talked about it a little bit earlier. When did town meeting warrant close?
Citizens petitions?
No.
When did the warrant close for
Citizens
additions?
petitions closed, but the select board could always add to the warrant until they approve it.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to be able to understand that. Liz, you have something you'd like to
Yeah,
add?
It's a point of order. You close it, you didn't close it for citizens petition. You closed the warrant. There is a difference. Now, if you want to reopen the warrant, that's your prerogative, but you closed it. He came to you with a citizens petition, not as a member of the advisory, right? Citizens petitions need X number.
I actually, all I asked him if the warrant was closed and he clarified for citizen petition. I didn't link any of that yet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's.
Because it wasn't even presented that way. It was basically saying, hey, I think this is important or otherwise. I'm just 1 out of 5. That's the way I took it. It was citizen input, and I just wanted to be able to clarify that aspect of it. And then, again, it's all about tools, tricks, or TTPs, techniques, tactics, and procedures for being able to get the work done. As that was an item. Tim, you were at Capitol the other night.
I was.
I don't want to jump ahead because I mean, we're talking about the whole warrant, but if we are talking about that, are you knowledgeable enough in that to be able to kind of talk through to say, yeah, I understand what Noel was talking about. Here's what the issue is. Here's what here's a possible fix to that, or hey, that ship has sailed.
I can add some commentary. I am obviously not speaking on behalf of
I know.
Capital, but yeah.
I know, but you sit on there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the meeting closed yesterday. It's already public record, so
Okay.
it's not speaking out of turn.
I want to talk about flexibility. If we all agree that this is something that is good for the town, given deadlines and electric cars and stuff like that, but let's talk about that at the end because it's not even on this yet.
Okay. I have 2 things. That's it.
Yeah, let's just do it by exception.
Okay, so
Can I ask first, were you prepared to just go through, or do you want to do it with questions?
I was actually planning to go through like we did last meeting. And if
Okay.
anybody has anything to.
All right,
Because
like if we-
Article
like
3,
you
I
did
know-
Article 2, we go through it. Because that one.
Correct.
So yours pertain to specific articles? Yeah, let's just go through it, with Adam controlling the cadence.
Article,
Thank you for that.
Article 1, amending the fiscal year 25 operating budget. Anybody have, this was on the draft earlier.
The reduction didn't change? No, okay.
I just do have one question on that, the 24,076. I had a question on the last draft. What was that potentially free cash? Because we were doing our back of the dinner napkin math and free cash was dwindling rather abruptly.
So this would,
This is the debt service.
actually, you know what, because this is excluded debt, and Jeff could correct me if I'm wrong, it would just disappear on our revenues side. But generally speaking, it rolls to free cash if you lower the budget. Article, is there anything else on Article
Any
1?
follow-ups, Tim?
Nope,
Okay.
that's good.
Okay, thank you.
So Article 1, all set? Article 2. This is a sewer payment to the general fund. This was the select board approved to, at the year-end transfer to give to the sewer department. It's come out of retained earnings. Any questions on this?
And because this is going to the general fund, this will just, because it's not budgeted, it'll sit there and roll to free cash at the end of the current fiscal year.
Correct. Article 3. Article 3, I actually received the latest number Monday from our senior project engineer requesting that we go to 4 million or any lower sum. So I will have to make an adjustment to that. But outside of that, everything else is.
Yeah, and I would say just the narrative around that still needs to be that we have every intention of going after McGovern's,
Right.
renewed interest, grant opportunities, but the putting the money up is the most important part.
Get the
So
earmark
this
out
could
of the
be,
state.
this could be all of that debt. It could be a little of that, or, a majority of that debt, or it could be paid back in full.
Right.
That needs to be the narrative around it.
So my question was on the language. It says in it might just be a brain thing. Language, any federal or state grants awarded prior to issuance of bonds. So what if they come in after?
You could still use them.
Yeah.
So are we gonna keep prior, or should we put more
The
language?
money
in?
goes towards that effort, that is paying down that debt. So do you recall when we had debt that was hanging out there, like I think it was the landfill?
Yeah.
I think that's a good example of money that we just had out there that was not obligated.
Mm.
If we're using other funds to pay down whatever liabilities we have against what, the construction process, that's not money that we have set aside that we're able to pay back our, if we go to X bank and borrow that to be as a bond, if we have federal funds that are then used in place of those, we can pay back our bond.
If I may too, I think what Terry's trying to say is, so I plan on doing a bond, a ban for this project, anticipation note, like we did with the school project, for example, right? So if we did get a grant or whatever it might be, it would just pay off that ban before, this would be before we issue the general obligation bond.
Yeah.
And that would be
Her question is about timing.
Yeah.
correct. So we
Whether it's
should
before or
be able
after.
to have everything completed, especially if I do a ban for a year, we should be able to see what we get in before we go to a general obligation bond, or a ban for 2 years, seeing where the construction costs go and how much we actually expend. And then it goes into a general obligation bond with the final number.
Does the wording need to change then?
No, this was already approved by bond council. I wouldn't touch this.
No, what we're saying, anything received prior to us submitting and requesting the
Okay.
state note.
There is a time lapse, in other words.
No, we've already got, if anything has come in, it's sitting there.
Okay.
This is our shortfall that we're looking to pick up.
Mhm.
That doesn't mean we still can't pursue other opportunities to bolster and shore up the shortfall. Does that help, or did I confuse you more?
I'm just thinking of the language, that's all. Just, if they come in, they're earmarked for this project.
Yeah.
But there's, you know what I'm saying? So I just have to trust the process that if McGovern gives us money for it, we're gonna use it right,
Mhm.
without the language,
Gary, that's before the general obligation bond.
before the time, before it.
And we wouldn't finalize the
I
general
get-
obligation bond till all construction costs, all grants, everything else is finalized.
Okay, so that money would be there. Okay. I just want to make sure with the language it was
Yeah.
covered.
So basically at this point, strike 3.7 million, right in 4, flat.
Mhm.
Correct. That was what was recommended by the project engineer.
Okay.
Latest probable costs. Okay, anything else on Article 3? Article 4, sewer roof borrowing?
So Adam, on Article 3, if it's changing to 4, the point that we brought this up in the agenda, so will that change for us to sign tonight?
I will have to update that.
Okay,
Over
all
the,
right.
So we should hang out after the fact.
Well, again, the point is, so we can continue on
Yeah.
with the meeting and then the documents are adjusted so that before we leave, we're able to sign. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to re-clarify. Go ahead, Article 4, Adam.
Article 4, sewer roof borrowing. You probably remember you approved the Karate Ave. So my intent is, once this gets approved, is to go out to, the debt authorization for the Karate Ave pump station as well as the sewer roof borrowing.
Did this go to capital? I didn't find it in the fiscal 25 capital plan.
Thank
It's one of
you.
them little ticks where the
I will send an
bylaw
email
says-
to, Jeff Aldridge tomorrow before town meeting. But good catch.
This may have been in the 24, because we talked about this quite some time ago, and that's the only question I have is why the delay pursuing this? We talked about that roof quite a while back.
We did, yeah.
In
I will double check that with the sewer superintendent.
fact, we had some design work done for that roof. Yeah, I'm just questioning the date.
Well, they're gonna have to go to a capital
Yep.
meeting before the fall town meeting, especially if they didn't present it. But I will follow up with the sewer department, Jeff. Thank you. I mean, because if the board were to approve the warrant and they didn't present it, then we might have to pass over it.
Yes, I don't believe sewer presents to capital till sometime in October.
We might have to do a supplemental. But they,
Sometime in October.
Yep.
Okay,
we good with Article 4?
yes.
And I'll follow up on the question Jeff brought up. Article 5, Council on Aging bylaw amendment. Leave everything's in there for the proposed changes. The only question I have is the board wants to add submitted by the select board on behalf of the Council on Aging at the end of it.
Did the Council on Aging, are they the ones presenting this language? Or is, Thank you.
You work with them on. that.
Yes, the Council on the Aging is the one requested this.
So on
They had a
behalf,
bylaw back in 2017, but it never made it on the warrant for some reason. And they saw parts of the current one that they wanted to add to, so.
Yeah, like I noticed in here, they want to pull the 1-year hiatus so that, people can stay on. I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, like submitted by the Council on Aging on behalf of the select board.
Mr. Chair,
Submitted by the select board on behalf of the Council on Aging.
There you go.
Mr. Chair, can I do,
Chair, if I may ask?
Go ahead.
So why, if the Council on Aging is presenting it, why does it have to be the select board presenting it on behalf of Council on Aging? Why isn't it just?
It can go either way.
It's very paternalistic otherwise.
Wouldn't have to be.
whatever way the board wants to be worded,
Yeah, I mean, the coordination before with. I like to say, like, if I use the term glasnost, it's like we're connected with them, like on behalf, like we're basically doing it for them. We're gonna read it otherwise. The example would be, we didn't choose the recertified number, and therefore the select board wasn't a part of that discussion or otherwise, whereas we actually did help. along with it. So I could do it either way. It's just, if that's the case, then I would expect Council on Aging to pop up and actually make the motion and read everything and say strike through and. Okay.
So language.
I had
House-
volunteered the council
Yeah.
on the aging at the meeting that I would speak, if there was questions on
Mhm.
at town meeting, I would speak on this for them.
Okay.
And that was the council.
We okay?
Okay, I don't hear any questions. Moving on to Article 8, the board already discussed this, the other draft warrant. We're gonna do the purchase for the ambulance.
Mr. Chair, quick point of order. How long were we not live streaming? Do we know? Okay. Because we have a 30-minute window. If we can't resolve any conflict, we have to shut down the meeting.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Under open meeting law, if we have a problem with the streaming and we can't resolve it within 30 minutes, we have to stop the meeting. Yeah.
Okay.
Because
That's why- yep.
remote people.
Kelsey,
Yep.
if you could just make a note that at approximately 8:20,
Yeah, ish.
8:20 for a period of a few minutes, as reported by TCTV, the live stream stopped. Is that good?
Yep,
Okay.
just keeping us honest.
Well, I agree.
Should we also note when it was returned?
At approximately 20,
8:20. Eight,
There you
eight,
go.
so there you go. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Tim. We are on Article 8 ambulance.
This is for the outright purchase the board decided to go with for the
Right.
ambulance.
And that's coming out of ambulance receipts.
Correct.
Okay.
And we have sufficient funds for that.
Okay.
Article 9 is the extraordinary inspection workload. Article 10 is the special stabilization fund.
This is creating the stabilization fund basically for the meals tax money that's gonna be for police and DPW. Police cruisers and DPW.
And we'll have to update our policies after it's town meeting votes to create it.
Update
Got it.
financial
On
management
small
policy.
highway truck.
Financial
understand.
management policy.
Okay,
Okay, yeah.
understood, okay.
Okay, Article 11, this is the fiscal year 2025 capital article. I believe this is where the one that says input about adding the diesel truck to. Right now I have 2 tractors at 40,000. Or they could make the I suggested to Noel that the advisor could also make a amended motion at town meeting.
The other option that we
Unless the board
potentially,
wants to add it.
the other option that we do also potentially have is that rather than trying to shove it into this warrant would be to hold a special, an actual special with one item on the warrant if we had to. We'd have another special town meeting with the one more item on the warrant.
When and why?
For the purposes of what Noel spoke of during citizen input. Rather than trying to force it into this warrant.
Okay, opening, yeah,
Right, because to the point,
opening now the discussion
Yeah.
of, hey, there's some stuff that we need to get.
right, that would be the only other thing that I would suggest is rather than trying to force that into this warrant. We're trying to force the items that Noel was talking about during citizen input into this warrant. Would be to call a second special with a one item on the warrant and do it that way. And we could theoretically still get that done before the end of the year so that Mr. Sosa could go out and contract
Yeah, I understand
the
what you mean.
purchase.
My first
It
question
It
is,
would also give us time to figure out,
I see your hand.
Yeah.
I'll get to you, Ken.
it would also give us time to figure out how the money was gonna come, where we're gonna find the money, first of all.
with this coming down the pike with the diesel stuff and everything, MassDOT has gone out and been buying gas vehicle. Everybody's like, oh, diesel gotta go electric. No, you don't.
No.
So my question would be, is Bob intending to buy gas engine Fords or diesels? Because if he's buying gas, then there's no rush.
That's another-
The thing is on diesel. It's not on.
That's another option.
I have a,
Yeah.
And
Two comments.
electric
Yeah.
vehicles will, there's a whole thing that's gotta come before them. You need the electricity before you buy the vehicles.
Mhm.
But, I mean, so, is Bob intending to buy the Ford 750 gas? Or was he going for diesel?
my knowledge, these.
Because if he's getting gas engines, then there's no rush, because there's no law affecting it.
They could do gas.
It could do.
They could do gas. That's a good point.
Two comments. To Matt's point, having a special meeting, it's been a few years since we've done it. We have had town meetings go on, the annual and the fall. And then we pause the town meeting, conduct a special town meeting, and we go back to the town meeting. And we have plenty of time to create that second one item or two item agenda and still meet the 48 hours notification and posting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it would be doable, yes. And we're already,
Could you explain that again?
okay, fall town meeting is coming up.
Got it.
We want to add the items as presented to us tonight in citizen input. That would be a special.
Mhm.
That would be embedded in the fall town meeting. But it has its own standalone agenda, has its own standalone warrant
Mhm.
for the one or two items, and then you close that and we revert back to the FPM.
Yes, I remember that. Okay.
Yep. The other comment I wanted to make, and again, not speaking out of turn, Capital did talk about both what we see in Article 11. Buildings and Grounds did not present yesterday. Parks and Rec did, however. The Capital Committee had no recommendation because we knew it was going to be potentially on this warrant. And that was why we withheld, plus we didn't have the other side of the input. We only had half of it, because this is Buildings and Grounds looking for something, Parks and Rec looking for same item. But we didn't have both pieces of the equation. The other part of it with a discussion from DPW, the trucks identified were F-750s. Our understanding, they were diesel. To Jeff's point, could they be gas? Yes. The argument, you need the torque, you need et cetera, I'm not convinced of that.
I just don't know what Bob was,
Yeah.
was intending to order.
I just had a question.
And there is a long build out time on these heavier vehicles,
That being the biggest problem.
that being the biggest problem.
Do we have any metadata about fossil fuel industry and how long gas and diesel is going to be available, or is it going to be limited going forward?
We don't have that, and Capital actually had a sidebar conversation. We fully understand the governor signed a law. There's a law in place, and darn it, come December, you won't be able to buy a diesel vehicle. Wonderful. Who's producing the electric vehicles? Nobody's certain. What's their availability? Nobody's certain. What's their cost? Nobody's certain. It appears we have another law presented to us that has no teeth. A lot of bark, but no teeth. So I understand, yes, let's not ignore it. Let's not play ostrich, stick our heads in the sand, but we don't have enough data to make a truly informed decision how we move it forward.
And just a comment, disposal of lithium batteries and solar panels, could that be the pollution of the future?
We're off topic with that.
Yeah.
But
That was just a,
All that electric stuff, it's not in front of us.
Yep.
yeah.
And I went back and I looked at the fiscal 25 capital to see if there was a tractor from Parks and Rec. And I didn't see one. So I'm wondering why in a supplemental, there was no recommendation. Because it was.
I can answer that, or I can defer to Ms.
What?
Graves.
What?
There was a catastrophic failure. The equipment is deadlined right now, and they're using a borrowed piece of
But
equipment.
I mean, I would think they would make a recommendation to do it.
Mike?
So,
Yeah,
capital
do
to
you
be
guys-
on the warrant,
Get Candace into it. Okay, Candace, go
Okay,
ahead.
first, I just want to say something. On the was your meeting on was it the 11th? The last meeting you had with the warrant, you went through all the warrant. I asked the question because we had the CPC meeting the next night. I asked the question, if we were to vote for something, could it still be put on the warrant? I was told that it could be still put on the warrant if it was messaged to Adam directly after our meeting. Of course, we didn't vote for anything to be on the article because the warrant was going to be closed officially on that next day, that 12th. And that CPC could still present something to put in it. And we were told that it was done, it was closed. So I didn't really understand why we were still doing the warrant right now, kind of confused me. Tractor wise, the tractor went, we would have presented it if we thought we needed a tractor back in last year when we did our dugout and fencing, but we didn't know, they had switched out our tractor to a different tractor, same make and model as the one that we have the loaner, and the same amount of hours and so forth. And it went and it could not be fixed. So we are without a tractor. We have one that's the same exact make and all that stuff. And that it's on borrowed time, and that's the last one in the town. We have another worker or something got hired for DPW on building and grounds, they would need to take it from us. So, when it was discussed, because Bob had already presented a tractor, they said, and I said, Bob will not give us that tractor. We're not getting the new one. I asked to have the tractor put on for Templeton, for Parks and Rec, to have our own tractor. And it was agreed by the to put it on by Adam. So that's why there's 2 tractors. I realized that it had not gone to capital. So I asked when the next capital meeting, because I knew the rules, and I wanted to make sure that this was, because it was going on the warrant, that we were in compliance to the capital rule. So I asked as soon as they had it to go, and we did the application, me and Rachel, and put it in as soon as we could. Because I was insistent on it, because I knew that it would have to be on capital. So that's why they chose not to make a decision on it. That's their prerogative. But we can't cut the lawn. We can't sweep the fields. We can't do anything without a tractor. This loaner is not gonna last either. So once it goes, we won't have one. And I very much doubt we will get the new one. if
But it was
only down
presented to
one.
capital, is what you're
But
saying.
it was presented to capital so that this warrant was within, what is the bylaw, whatever the reason, yeah, why you have to do capital, then go to the town meeting and all the stages you have to do.
What's the FMP for over 10 for capital? Is it approved? Is it reviewed? You know, is that something we can pull up right now, just for clarification of what the actual, I honestly don't remember if it's approved, reviewed, submitted.
It goes in front of capital regardless of funding source.
Yeah.
If it's, the cost is $10,000 or more and a lifespan of 5 years. And if you buy multiple things, and they add up to 10, it goes in front of capital.
I'm just looking for the operative word, because I think that's what we're getting down to here. Like, it was presented, it was submitted,
Yeah.
it was presented, it
Yeah.
was discussed.
Yeah.
It was discussed with no recommendation on
We
that
just
item.
decided not to have a
But
recommendation.
as far as it going
The last
forward
cap.
for, like Candace said, to follow the rules.
Right, we followed the rules.
I just like clarification.
But we would have put it on if we knew our tractor was gonna go.
Well, they don't understand what
They're in compliance.
they're in compliance based on the operative word that it was submitted,
And a supplemental report was been issued.
but there was no approval or
And
recommendation.
building and grounds went for the tractor last.
I'm fine with it. I just want to, again. Okay, so congrats. It's on the warrant.
I hope people vote for it. 'cause
Step
we really
one.
need a tractor.
I don't want to make it more difficult than it needs to be. If there's a requirement, which Candace just told us, it's on death's door or
It's
otherwise.
gone.
It's not that store, it's dead.
It's deadline.
Mhm.
So there's a requirement. Did we go through, did we go through the process? It's on the warrant. It was presented. And I, again, we just want to make sure that we've got the right language for it. If it was submitted, presented, reviewed, great,
Both tractors were just 2 different times. His was done earlier because he knew he
Yeah.
needed it.
and we're identifying funding source. So again, I don't want to overcomplicate it.
Right.
I did want to make sure that point of clarification
Capital,
for the actual language of the 10K requirement that Jeff was just talking about.
If I
For
may.
the town, they both are 100% needed for both departments.
I'm there. I'm on your side.
From what I remember, though, I believe Capital didn't want to make a recommendation to try to influence the town meeting vote. I believe that's what I recall from the meeting. That was the reason
Say that
why.
again.
Capital did it in the supplemental report, but they didn't make a recommendation because the impression I got was the Capital Committee didn't want to influence town meeting because it's already on the warrant. Tim,
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong, but that was
Well,
how I interpreted it.
You're correct.
That's what the document says.
Okay.
That's posted online.
But what was the thing on the Wednesday to the Thursday? Like, did that close or not? Or did I misunderstand that? Like, when I went into the CPC meeting to vote, we would have had an article item. That was the last day. So was the last day, like, you guys already voted for it? Like, it was ready to go? Because you had went through every one of them that last meeting. I'm just kind of confused.
Steve, what are you doing?
Like, which meeting is the closer of it?
It's a little disruptive right in the middle of the meeting. Thank you, Candace. Did you need an answer to that?
Yeah, I just was confused what
Okay.
happened that meeting, but I had to hurry up and get the stuff, but we didn't end up voting for anything to this meeting, like I thought that was like, cause it went up online and everything, so I thought it was I just got confused.
That was the deadline I set for CPC, Candace.
Oh, Okay, so on that Wednesday, when they all looked through the warrant, that wasn't the approval of the warrant when they voted?
They didn't approve, we're approving the warrant this evening. That was just a draft
That's the
warrant.
approval. That was the draft 2 weeks ago.
Oh, it's a draft meeting?
That's a draft
Okay.
warrant. They usually review it a couple, yeah.
Okay, that was confusing.
But you closed the warrant.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
And, not having
To open
the
the
September 11th meeting minutes available.
But I thought
You
that,
close the warrant. You're adjusting some of the content within the warrant. But closing the warrant says no more articles.
yeah.
The warrant closes for citizens petition.
So we need,
Do we need to make a motion to open the
We
warrant?
need someone.
we need to make sure that we're clear. The board in its entirety needs to be clear on what that means and what is possible. What
Maybe
flexibility.
I'm probably not explaining it well. This is a select board's warrant. The select board could add to the warrant all the way up till they approve the warrant. I guess I'm not making that clear enough. But citizens petitions have a deadline. So the select board, they can change the warrant this evening and approve it. Maybe I'm not making that clear enough. I don't.
No, it sounded like Liz is saying it's closed.
I'm sorry, that's not an accurate representation of how these warrants, as
And why-
I understand it. How the warrants, you close the warrant, which means you don't add citizen petition or select board, anybody. The warrant is closed.
I don't remember.
You know,
making
And
and-
then reopen it
You can reopen it
and close it again.
and close it again.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you closed it. You can't add anything more. You adjust, the particulars within the articles that you have. But you can't add additional articles to the warrant without
Unless you
reopening it.
open it.
Because, and if you want to and if you want to reopen it for citizen petition, there is a mandate of, I don't remember how many
The signatures.
signatures for
Clerk.
citizen petition.
And the clerk has to
And the
clarify.
clerk has to do it, it has to qualify, so
Yep,
you get it.
yeah, I do.
And to this point, all we have done so far is tweaked what's
Right.
proposed here. Okay, but. I mean,
Right, we're talking about, I'm sorry, I didn't mean
No,
to
you're
cut
good,
you off.
you're good.
So we're talking about. So Article 11 right now has buildings and grounds didn't present to. Did they submit?
They presented the last year
Okay,
for the tractor, I think it was, yeah, they did.
does the board
I was.
agree
told
with
it
it? Is it clear, has it cleared the capital hurdle? Based on what Candace just said,
if it was
The
presented to
tractor
capital,
for parks.
buildings and grounds. I think we've established that Candace's Parks and Rec tractor is good on the warrant,
And he
it was
did.
presented, it just wasn't, there was no recommendation made.
right?
Did
Buildings
not.
and grounds. I just want to get through Article 11. I know that there's other vehicles lurking out there as well, because that's the discussion about reopening or otherwise, and we can get to that in a second. I just want to, Article 11, buildings and grounds. Are we good for their $20,000 tractor?
We don't know yet. They have not presented the capital yet.
That's not what Candace just said,
They
so.
did,
we
they did
just gotta
last
get-
year at that cycle.
We're
So they were
supposed-
Last year to the thing, we did this, we did,
You have last
Yeah.
year's in front of you.
that's what I was told, I mean, Adam would know,
Have last year's.
They
But
present
last year's budget is closed.
right?
Anything new has to got.
No, for the 2025, when we all presented
Point
for
of order.
2025.
Point of order, we're having arguments here. Let's please.
I agree. We're just, what we're trying to do is
I
establish.
respectfully disagree. We're having an adult conversation and it's a difficult subject. I'm not gonna deem this argument.
And
So-
I would just like to see people not interrupting over each other, please.
Yeah, let's at least endeavor for that.
Let's,
So what we're trying to do right now, for Article 11's sake, we're halfway through Article 11. Buildings and grounds. We can allow Article 11 to go through the way it is if we are satisfied that it satisfied the financial management policy. Candace had said it went through last year. Tim said the clock resets.
Yes, because capital improvement meets they make their recommendations, they submit a report to the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen can approve it, change it, whatever, and that's for annual town meeting. There's the built-in caveat, after town meeting, if something happens, they can submit a supplemental report, and then we can act on it at a special town
Okay.
meeting. And
Okay.
I'm looking through the fiscal 25, because 24 is over with.
Correct.
And there was a tractor for building and grounds. I'm trying to find it, it's about 16,000. But there was nothing that was for Parks and Recs. But they did a supplemental, but
Got
I'm
it.
just, it's just scratching that they made no recommendation. But it's.
But it wouldn't have canceled each other out because it would have been buildings and grounds. Right? Is that our assumption?
Building and Grounds has a mower in here for 14,640. But that for fiscal 25, that was to go to, that's for the annual. You know, and that's passed, so anything that wants to get on a special, it would be in a supplemental. And
And the supplemental does not have buildings and grounds.
Yeah, they didn't present
And
it.
I would suggest that in the current article, we would need to remove buildings and grounds and reduce it to $20,000. Just pass Parks and Rec, because that did go with, that went through with no recommendation, and that's fine.
Or could it stay the way it is? And it would, could it stay the way it is with the supplemental that Jeff's talking about?
Meaning the next CP.
So if it's not in the supplemental report that's Jeff's, that we have,
It
then
would
they
have
would-
to be done,
they'd
accomplished,
have to do it between now and town meeting.
or does it have to be a separate, like Article 11 needs to change and a special town meeting warrant has to have the $20,000 buildings and grounds on.
I guess it depends if you want to follow the bylaw or not.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Well, and that's the $10,000 more than the FMP.
Yes.
So does he,
So if we wanted to do what Jeff said, what would he?
No, it's not what I want to do, it's
It's
what
the
the
rules.
bylaw says.
Okay, what does the bylaw say? Was it what I just described with the
Well,
supplemental
like I said.
or a special town meeting?
The building and grounds went in to capital and was recommended. That's the report that comes to the select board in like January, and that's to be presented at annual town meeting,
Got it.
okay? So town meeting is done.
Yeah.
It's not in the budget. So a supplemental is if you neglect to present or something breaks or something changes, you present it to the capital
They did.
in a supplemental.
Did they?
They presented
No. we're
a
talking about buildings and
tractor for
grounds.
Parks and Recs.
Right, and that's what,
not
that's
for
what,
building and
Yep,
grounds.
right, building and grounds didn't. Parks and Recs did. Building and grounds, if there's a capital meeting between now and the fall town meeting, could go before them, get a supplemental between now and then.
Let's assume that is true. How does this warrant need to look if they were to do that?
So
There's a requirement in bylaw and the state law, if you open this warrant, a special has to be open for 14 days.
Yep.
And a citizen's petition for a special town meeting needs 100 signatures, and an annual town meeting has to be open for 7 days minimum, and it's 10 signatures for a citizen petition. So if you were to open the warrant and follow the town's bylaw and the state law, it's been down before in this town, open it and close it, but to follow the laws, if you open this warrant up, it's supposed to be open for 14 days.
What do you mean, open it up? We're making adjustments to an article that's already been.
I think that would be if we opened a new warrant for a second special.
Okay.
Correct.
I think that's
Which
where-
there
I
is
think that-
time because we're doing it. It's not a citizen petition,
So,
regardless of what was happening during.
right, and in theory, if we were to, so in theory, based on what Jeff just said. If we were to decide, like, for example, we wanted to put the items from Noel's recommendation and citizen input and and
I understand what
pull
you're
the
saying.
building and grounds tractor off of this warrant and put it onto a special warrant. We could open a warrant tonight. Technically. Let it stay open for 14 days, close it at our next regular business meeting. That would be the 14-day requirement. And then it would go out for. It would go out for posting and such.
When is
That'd be
town meeting? Is like the 20 or
Probably right
3rd?
on here,
October 23rd.
October 23rd.
Is there a date that the warrant has to be voted on by?
Yeah.
Is that a law? Is that a bylaw? The warrant has to be posted and on track on this day.
15 days.
And that's only if we want to do it on the same day. If we wanted to do the two specials on the same day, the fall special town meeting and then the extra special town meeting, if we wanted to do them on the October 23rd, that's theoretical. There's
What's
certainly.
the efficiency of having it within the same meeting rather than having a
Right.
special, which would, what is the normal cost? Like
Right.
$5,000, something like that.
So,
But it sounds like right now, Article 11 needs to be amended to 20,000. B and G gets crossed out.
the way that I'm hearing
would
all
say
this,
yes.
I would say also yes.
Okay,
If I may,
Adam,
I'm just not familiar with the clock resetting in the bylaw, though. I don't know where it says that in the bylaw with the clock resetting. I'm just not familiar with that portion of the bylaw.
you're talking about whether like the B and G tractor going to capital.
It was already presented to capital.
Well, I mean, I think the supposition is that it's a fiscal year. We go through the process. So it's not like, Tim's on it right now. They didn't get last year's report and say, well, this is all the stuff that we already had on it. They're considering a whole new capital budget. So it's, the police chief. is
Oh,
gonna-
so you're saying wait till annual, I think was what you're trying to say.
I thought you were trying to say about when you said, when we were using the term reset the clock, that was about the capital report. Supplementals notwithstanding, it's about what the capital committee does for their recommendation. If there's another out of cycle, it's very difficult to try and add in.
Yes.
Right, so the out of cycle stuff gets the supplementals, and that's why we're trying to catch up with these for what we've already written checks for.
So just a point of order, last year's capital for the mower, I believe, was the over the rail mower. Had nothing to do with a
I
truck.
recall that, yes. Yep,
So that's what Buildings and Grounds submitted. So to date, I am not aware Buildings and Grounds has put in a request for a tractor. So to your point, I would say we strike Buildings and Grounds and we reduce that to the 20,000.
which then our list of immediate need stuff is $20,000 for the B and G mower. And then the two should be gas tractors. F-750.
F-750.
The two F7, yeah, two.
So those would be three items
Unleaded
that
gas
we would,
F-750s.
11, I'm glad we got through that. I think that's what needs to happen. These other three pieces of equipment, based on time and need. How are we moving forward with that? Are we trying to get it on the same day? Or do we want to just try and get it as a special?
We could do a special. My recommendation would be that would be the same day.
Okay, so
As has.
we're up
historically
against,
been done.
some timelines to be able to put that together.
Well, if we open up that warrant tonight,
Close it 14 days from
close it
now.
in 14 days, we have the discussion.
My thing is.
So Bob Sozik's watching because he's trying to call me right now.
Nice.
Bob, I don't want to answer the phone because I want, I know. I want
Can't answer the phone.
I want to preserve can Bob get on Zoom or do we want to have Bob on Zoom right now for his?
I would.
We'd have to join, but. So can
It won't
I,
be on video. I'll tell you that.
If I may. I think if we get one of the Parks and Rec tractors in, we Bob could present it to capital and then we could just bring it forward at the annual, once it's made in the recommendations, and we could lower it to 20,000.
Because when a department, when the department doesn't meet the thing, if it was very important, you would have been at the meeting for the supplemental.
Right.
There's got to be some point in time feet held to the fire. Here's the schedule. This is how things work. You've got to make it there and speak up for yourself. And if you miss the boat, well, then you don't
That's
get
the
the
next
toy.
one.
You don't get the prize. It just, we should not be jumping through hoops because a department does not show up or does not,
Well, and
it's just a cold hard fact of management.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about the tractor, right? I mean, this other issue with regulation changing and otherwise and trying to get that as well. I mean, he's also, what was the other thing? He had to deal with another mandate.
Well, the mandate is, they changed.
There was a
Mass
like
General
body of
Law,
the truck.
Chapter 90, Section 7. And it was pushed by some people in Cambridge and stuff. There's two people hit with trucks,
right, yeah.
with bicycles. They want safety guards. There's a whole outline of it, put forth by Mass DOT, but it was a law that was put into effect, voted on back in November 2022. So those are the two things they have to deal with, different guards on trucks. There's specifications, where they have to be, 13 inches off the ground. It's all, I mean, it's probably, it costs between, they estimated between $2,500 and $5,000 a vehicle, because it's not a stamp thing.
Right.
It's gonna be truck specific.
I'm looking at Bob's.
And that happens in excuse me, it
No, that's
happens in January 1/25. That's when it's supposed to be effective. There's a big thing down in Boston where the legislature is meeting and this, and their latest thing is, well, we're gonna leave it on the books, but we're not gonna enforce it. Until something happens, and then
Never enforce it.
they're gonna stomp on whoever you might be, and that will be the driver of the vehicle first, and then the owner of the vehicle second, if they're different. But they tied towns to it because they amended Mass General Law, Chapter 90. So if you use Chapter 90 funds, you have to do this. If you're involved in paving, you're involved in anything with MassDOT. The city of Boston wrote up a law and excluded all their trucks for plowing, because there ain't that many bicycle riders in the wintertime. There are a few. I see them in Gardner. There's some people that ride them, but that's what the city of Boston did.
Yeah, I guess
So
the
that's
point
two
is.
things, the diesel engines and the truck guides and stuff.
Yep.
Unfunded mandates.
So moving forward, Article 11, I think there's some consensus on.
Remove buildings and grounds,
Yep. and
knock it
change
down to 20 grand and strike.
But it
the-
doesn't remove the requirement. I'm sure that's why Bob is trying to call in to be able to speak his piece of it.
Yeah.
Is there sufficient time to be able, the way that Tim was aligning it, to say it would be at least a one article with those items on it?
I believe there is.
Right.
If we open that tonight, we close it 2 weeks on the Wednesday, and then we can discuss it on the Thursday. We have ample time. We're meeting the 14 days. If we put it in our agenda, it's already published within the 48 hours.
I don't see.
Bob, you're up.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. And you can,
Mr. Chair, if I can just go through a quick scenario and what was done. So you guys are correct in me putting my tractors on last year's capital. I went to the town administrator when Candace had a problem with the tractor, and we both talked to Adam. He said he was gonna put them on my capital that was presented from last year, supplementing Parks and Recs. I put a package together with Candace's quotes in my capital from last year and sent them over to Holly and Adam. And it was supposedly to be in the capital planning packet for the meeting the other night. I did attend that meeting and was not even questioned anything on buildings and grounds. I was on the understanding that that was in their packet. And I even asked if there were any further questions. As far as the truck, yes, I requested diesel. That's what I'm after, as I did in the past 5 or 6 years. And as I told the Capitol, that would put Templeton in a good bracket for trucks for the next 8 to 10 years and give Templeton time to come up with a plan if that's what's going to happen in the future, as far as electrical, as Jeff explained, getting the proper electricity, the charges. We have that time to come up with a plan, or at that point, start getting smaller trucks that are gas. But I was there at that meeting, and as far as I know, all that information should have been in the capital planning board's packet.
Wow, that's a lot. What is, if we've got the requirement, I am confident that a supplemental could be issued, but because it would be reviewed by the Capitol, that's going to meet, in the next one within a few weeks.
We have 3 meetings between now and the end of October. I
Okay.
don't remember which one buildings and
Right.
ground is on.
If justice is to adjust, agenda items or otherwise, to be able to one of the hoops to go through is to have Capitol at least review the items.
Yes.
So I think that's a low bar to be able to achieve. Having said that, whether it's a F-750 or a $20,000 tractor. So I think that's, again, a low bar. So Article 11 could stay the way it is if we were to be able to get that reviewed. I don't know why it wouldn't.
I'm confused. I watched Capitol, Tim, and didn't you talk about this? The
It is.
DPW and you talked about both of them and
We
you made
talked
no-
about 2 F-750s for DPW. We talked about a tractor for Parks and Rec. We did not talk about a tractor for buildings and grounds, other than mentioning there's one on loan to Parks and Rec.
I did mention that they were on the warrant with us.
Yeah, could you,
Yes.
yeah.
It was, I watched the meeting and I
And
thought it
it
came
was-
out.
And it was said that they had already presented, so they said that they had already presented, so I think that they were under. It seemed to me, that's what they didn't ask Bob any questions, because there wasn't, I don't believe it was on the agenda for them to present, because they were under the impression that the one that we did in the, the fall of last year for fiscal 2025 was still, like, when we get our budget thing, it literally lists the thing I presented last year for my project. So it's kind of.
Do we have to approve this tonight?
Yes. May I, Mr. Chair?
Mm-hmm.
So let's, for the point of, for the topic, for the discussion, let's assume that the capital recommendation made for the annual town meeting that just passed in May is void. Okay,
Okay,
let's start.
I think
let's- Let's start there.
Yep, I think we've agreed on
All
that.
right. Let's
Yes.
also,
I wouldn't say it's void.
well, I wouldn't, but it's
Expired.
not applicable to this.
Expired?
That was one, I mean, not applicable to this warrant. Let's just, that's the best way I can describe it at this point. I wouldn't say void, but not applicable to this warrant.
All capital recommendations turned into a pumpkin at the end of last fiscal year.
On June
Yes.
30, on
Okay.
June 30, okay,
That's what you're saying.
there we go.
Got it.
That works. Okay, let's assume that. Let's
I think
also.
we have to agree on
Yeah.
it because we keep flip-flopping.
Let's-
Go on.
Let's also assume that, as to Tim's point, the building and grounds tractor is going in front of the Capital Improvements Committee in one of the next 3 meetings that a supplemental could be issued prior to the fall town meeting.
Not necessarily, because I don't know what meeting. One of the capital meetings is after the fall town meeting.
I said could. I didn't say will. I said could.
Yep.
If it
Mr.
is,
Chair, if I may,
Bob,
Hang
can I?
hang on a sec, Bob.
If the capital supplemental is issued prior to the fall town meeting, the article can stand. If it is not issued, then we could, on the town meeting floor, state that a capital supplemental recommendation was not issued for this, and we must therefore amend on the town meeting floor to remove buildings and grounds, tractor, $20,000. And then we would come into compliance. So in order to advance this evening, I would say, let's leave it and see how capital improvements goes, and then we can amend it on the town meeting floor if necessary, based on what comes in from capital improvements.
There's
that
no
make sense?
recommendation from
That's
justice in this supplemental pack.
That's not part of the conversation right now. Right now, we're just working on Article 11.
I think it makes sense.
Does that make sense to everybody at this point? Because I think that way we can advance Article 11, and if
Well,
we have
you know,
to, we deal with it on the town meeting floor.
Jeff said something earlier. He's like, yeah, if you want to comply with the
Bylaw.
bylaw, that carries weight for a bylaw,
It does.
but we're talking about policy. It's is it a policy or is it a bylaw, the 10K requirement?
That's in the capital improvement bylaw.
Okay, never mind.
So
yes, Bob, you had something to add in?
yes, if I may, Mr. Chair, to Tim's question, I'm not due to go in until like November 12th or so. I would have to be invited to an earlier meeting just and go to involve what you're discussing tonight and keep my original meeting. The other question I have is, was my tractors and building and ground presented to capital in that packet, for one? And two, it should have been Parks and Recs under building and grounds, because I'm the one that turned in the capital, not Parks and Recs. So that's what was told to me from the administrative office. I don't know where the confusion got changed, but it was buildings and grounds, and Parks and Recs was gonna piggyback on my capital.
I
wait a minute.
Go ahead, Candace.
I had concerns because ours did not, because the rule about going into capital, the way I had been taught when I did the bathrooms and such. So I put in my application and just wrote a request to the board, to the capital, and asked to be put on the agenda. So he could do the same thing, put the application in with his stuff, because they haven't had their meeting yet. And you should be able to, I would assume you did.
I agree. If there is a meeting, I mean,
You put it in your application and. they
justice
put a request
controls.
in. Yeah,
controls the agenda or otherwise, if we're talking about demand here, necessity requirement, I think we could easily control that as a part of, I'm using a lot of your nuggets tonight, Jeff. Jeff talked about, bureaucracy being in the way of need and requirement. So I think that's achievable. And it would be explained that way, that it has to be amended to, if they don't get it, which I think it's in everybody's best interest that we make sure that it does get presented prior to, so that we have the supplemental. But if it's not, then it's explained from a bylaw perspective that it needs to be 20 in just the Parks and Rec. Okay, 11, I think we got 11 figured out, that it can remain the way it is right now.
And worst case scenario,
work
we
with
amend it on the town
justice
meeting floor.
to adjust his agenda to make sure that it can be presented.
Bob just needs to put his application.
Yeah.
in,
Yep.
Put his samples in for his invoices, and then he needs to just, in the email, when You do an email to the chair
Mhm.
and it has to be put on, that's what I did.
Okay,
So he should do.
so do we want to open a warrant for a special town meeting to occur on October 23rd tonight?
Should we finish the warrant that we have in front of us and then ask the question?
Yeah, I just want to, I want to be clear on some of these capital, that Bob's capital needs while we've got him.
Yeah.
Because that would be the intent, is that we're opening it to be in compliance and that it winds up occurring on the 23rd as a special town meeting. Is everybody okay with that as far as a requirement goes for 750s? Now, funding source, I mean, we can talk about that when we discuss that.
Yeah.
That warrant, we can discuss it then, but I just want to
Cart
be,
before the,
I just, all these things are kind of interplayed, you know,
Let's go with cart.
interrelated or otherwise. Have the if the F-750's been in front of capital, they go on the application so that we wind up having that covered and that they're considered.
So to answer your question, can we open a special? Yes. This is where we can add to the agenda for something that was not anticipated at the time the agenda went out. That's well within our purview, and that's your call as the chair. You know, we are still following the operating procedure of the select board.
Okay. All right, we'll take care of that at the conclusion. All right, Article 11. Good.
leave it, and if we have to.
Do we need Bob for anything else?
I think so.
Bob, thank you for dialing in. It was much better the way that you did it than me putting you on speakerphone.
Oh, thank you. I didn't have the link at first, but Steve sent it to me. Thank you,
We
Steve.
all rushed to work. Work that out.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Have a good night.
You as well.
Ms. Lomatain, Article 12.
Oh, we're on 12, okay. 12, deposits to general fund stabilization OPEB accounts. This is the amounts by our financial management policy. Make our deposits.
And nothing's changed there since 2 weeks ago. Okay.
We'll talk about free cash in a moment.
Article 13 is the question. That was added after the last meeting.
Right.
And then Article 14 is the acquisition of the condo
Mr. Chair.
or affordable housing.
At the last meeting, you know, I really commend Tim for wanting to put this on there, and I know it's been the purview of this board to try to figure this piece out. But as I've been watching meetings and hear people talk, there's a hierarchy of needs in town, and this is kind of like out of the blue. So I'm wondering about the timing of it. I don't know if we need to have this in there. And I also, I got a sense from Peter Sanborn that this isn't a good fiscal decision for the town. And who pays the condo fees? You know, and I'm assuming that the condo fees include building maintenance, ground maintenance, it just doesn't seem like this is the time for this because of the hierarchy of needs in town. So I would just ask this to be removed.
Well, I
and just
do
leave
like
13.
Article 13, I think is an important question to ask.
Yeah.
So we can take the temperature,
Yeah,
as I think you used the word appetite. But, is everyone good with Article 13 as far as a question goes? I think it meets mission. And moving into Article 14, more to your point, Terry, is timing, amount, headache. You know, how is that processed through? I would love to be able to get the read of Housing Authority as well. John Columbus, I believe, is on housing. Yep.
just seems like we're putting the cart before the horse here.
I don't necessarily think that's true. I think that we've gotten, going back to that meeting, we've gotten half dozen of these, and every single time we've had to sign
Right.
that waiver and they go away.
But we never made a plan. In the meantime,
we
we had
did,
all the
we
time.
did,
to
we
pass, really,
actually, we
to
passed,
my knowledge.
town meeting agreed and passed the CPC fund
Mhm.
for affordable housing.
Right. but
And
wasn't-
it had the balance, and we talked about the balance. I think we said it was about $20,000 right now.
Mm-mm,
17.
mm-mm.
They
Gone.
dropped it, yeah, because it
We-
wasn't
we
going
voted it
anywhere.
out.
That's what I thought. Yeah, they dropped it.
I'm sorry. We asked that we did ask the building gentleman about that too. They did due diligence, that board.
So maybe you could answer
As
me
far
this.
as, yeah,
What would this do to, if it passed? What would the cost be to the town? Where would the money come from? And who would pay the condo
it's
fees?
not, well, so it says,
Execute any and all instruments necessary
Yeah.
to effectuate such purchase. That would be up to
it's
the select board.
very, yeah. Say again.
That would be upon us at that point to figure all that out. If it were approved by the town meeting, the way it's written in the packet, it would be upon the select board to figure out how we would pay to purchase the property.
I like 13, but I think we need to go back to the drawing board on 14. What would that do to Bob's trucks? How would we get the lawnmowers?
Well, there's no funding source identified. We're basically saying, you remember
get a
that
condo.
that 288 number comes from the maximum price given us in that memorandum.
Where would the?
So that's also the most we would be able to spend.
and
So,
where's
I
it
mean,
gonna
your
come from?
discussion, like, what happens when we acquire the property?
We need a TCTV funding, we need mowers, we need trucks. When I watched, advisory committee and the other meetings, what I saw was there is a hierarchy of needs and there's a waiting list. And I know we talked about this before, but we haven't really ironed out the details, and I'm just asking.
We hadn't, when we discussed this in our last meeting to add these articles, we didn't know then what the source of funding would be, but we didn't say, well, there's a potential to pull from here or otherwise. It's $288,000. It's not like you're gonna write the bill and,
That's one truck.
slash other people's budget because we're trying to come up with 288 to buy a house. I think the understanding was that we really needed to be able to identify if we identified a source, at least we had the authorization from town meeting to be able to go after the property. But I don't think we, 2 weeks ago, I don't think we had the expectation of, we knew exactly where that money was gonna come from.
Yeah, we didn't, and
This
I
is
don't
more-
think
to
it
me,
makes
this is
good
more
fiscal
about
sense.
authorization than it is deciding where we're gonna pull money from.
I just don't think it makes good fiscal sense at this time. We don't know what
Yeah.
condo fees are. We don't know the full scope of responsibility as a town.
I agree. We do not know that.
And that's the sense I got from Peter Sanborn too. And it just didn't sit well with me. And I think in our favor, we've got the Baldwinville school project. That's
That's
gonna
true.
bring us up to like 7 to 9%. To my knowledge, we did a house up on Caruth Road. That we're at 3. And then when Baldwin goes in, I don't know if it's changed since, but to my knowledge, we'll be at like 7%. And the state requirement is 10%. So we're going in the right direction.
The discussion, as I recall, was that we didn't bleed out the other side. We are adding to it. I think everybody understood that fact, but we also did not. Day mill properties has been a slow trickle of losing one by one by one. It seemed like maybe one a year or one every other year.
In Moore Healy, they just passed a phenomenal package to get more of the affordable housing into communities. I'm not averse at it right now. I do have it on my phone to read, and there's funding
Yep.
out there, so it's not like there's no homework to do. We could have this on a future meeting and potentially look up what Moore Healy passed and maybe figure out some homework. We can, do the homework and see if it's we can come up with a plan for the future, but right now with everything that Templeton's going through, it just seems like one more thing that we're saying, let's do this without thinking it through.
So
Did I just wanted to, for Terry's edification on source of funding or otherwise. Tim, I think that, did I mischaracterize? Like, we didn't say, oh, we know we're gonna
Nope.
get this.
No, we didn't. In
We were
fact, we're
gonna
still
base it-
waiting for feedback from Peter Sanborn as well, because he was investigating this as well.
Yeah, he said he was gonna try to sell it ahead of time for the town. So he could potentially sell it, but
But if this passed, I understand what you're saying about like fees and all those sorts of things. If this passed, it's the authorization and a funding ceiling, but it's not a directive to go do.
Correct.
I think if you ask the town and then you basically say, give them an example, this could be the first one. If we wind up not, you
For
know,
the purpose of purchasing, it's not, that doesn't say go get it, it just for, it would have it available.
it gives
for
the
purpose.
authorization. If we're not able to do it, I mean, you know, it's not the promise of, you know, town meeting is saying,
Mhm.
you know, is the potential there for it.
yeah. I don't wanna risk it. I don't think.
Hang on.
Well, to Terry's point, we're currently sitting 3.5, whatever, Baldwinville Elementary, when we finally get it online, will push us up. These are the little chinks taking us down at the
I
same
agree.
time. And, at what point do we say, stop? That was the whole intent of adding this
Yeah,
line.
that's what I got from you, Tim. Yeah.
And the other thing is too, is that it doesn't also say we must. It just puts the authorization in there so that we can,
As the need arises.
if the need arises, it
Mhm.
could sell as affordable housing between now and then, and it wouldn't, and then doesn't matter.
It's a moot point,
It's a moot point.
but it stays on our
But-
roster of affordable housing.
Exactly. This is out there in case we must.
Mhm.
But it gives us the ability to do so if necessary. It doesn't say we must go out and do it now. It just gives us the ability to do it.
Because we need town meeting permission.
Right.
To do something.
Exactly.
We're asking permission.
We can't say we're gonna do something unilaterally ourselves. We have to go ask the people who make the decisions, which
Yep.
is
It's
the
quite
legislators of the
aggressive.
town are the town meeting.
This has, I mean,
Yeah.
it has an expiration date. I believe the date was in December.
Right.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
if, I mean,
So it may,
in between the time town meeting authorizes this and that expiration date, if we're able to
Sell it.
great.
acquire it,
If we're able to acquire it, and if we decide we must acquire it,
We don't
and
have
we
the
are,
money.
yeah, right,
we don't have a funding source assigned. So if town meeting passes this,
Yeah,
we still don't have the money for it,
Right.
but we have the authorization. If we were to execute, pay all instruments as necessary to effect the such
Right.
purchase.
but where's the money gonna come from?
We would, if we have to do, if we decide we have to do it, then that's when we figure that out at
I'm
that
not
point.
laughing at that, please.
Uh,
I don't think that's.
I don't think any of us are laughing at it, Terry, but it just means that we have the ability to at least go look at it if we decide we need to.
And we can pass on it?
Well,
Yes.
someone at town meeting could ask that question to say, well, are you gonna get the money from the fire department? Are you gonna pull it out of, where X amount? I mean, that's not what we're attempting to do. We're trying to find the money to do it. We just haven't done it yet. We're looking for the authority. I mean, the
I haven't
question
even
first,
looked at it
question
as
first,
a
number,
board. I
question
haven't looked
13
at
could
it.
fail.
It sure could.
Yeah.
It could
And
very well
14
be.
becomes a
I
moot
haven't
point.
even looked at the place.
And if it passes, as far as funding, there is, right now, after the election, it might change, because I understand the governor may be imposing 9 seat cuts, but housing is one of those big
Yeah.
things where there's a ton of money out there, so if town meeting said, gives you permission to do this, and then if it comes, well, we want to get that house and save it. I don't know if we want to become landlords or anything, but there would be, grant writer get on the phone and start
Yeah.
There's options available.
money.
And in
because
the
housing is
meantime,
one
we
of
have
those
to
big
pay the
things where
fees.
there is a lot of money out there right now to do affordable housing and infrastructure stuff, all kinds of stuff for housing.
So
But
It's low risk to pass.
first you have to get permission. Once you get
Yep.
permission,
Yep.
then you can work on the how-tos, the what's, where's.
who's paying the fees in the meantime?
I don't know.
And it
The
wouldn't,
current owner.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
it wouldn't matter to us unless we actually acquired the property. Right
Correct.
now, the current owner is paying all that stuff because they have their names on the deed. They're still responsible for all that.
if the board's good. Do you both still have your hands up?
Yeah, at the last meeting, we asked what's available for affordable housing in CPA funds.
I think Candace just answered that question, is that they decided to
Dissolve.
dissolve that.
Yeah, it's like
I can't handle that, for whatever, that, yeah. But good point. I had an expectation there. Liz?
The other thing is, this is, I mean, if it goes through and the town approves for, for you to buy the property, you buy the property. All of those costs become known costs, whereas other subjects, costs are not known, that people are paying, they're being very insistent on. I'll just leave it that way, that these are known costs where other stuff isn't. And this has a lower risk than other possible projects.
And you also talk about, we need these things. Do you need them or you want them versus, like the diesel trucks? You want them. You don't need them right now. Things like
Yeah.
that.
And the diesel
Ultimately, it
trucks-
goes to town meeting to be able to decide, and the expectation is that we offer a funding source. In this case, we are saying,
Yeah.
we're not saying trust us, we're saying we're working on it.
Right.
If we are able to find a funding source that does not affect your expectations for the budget that you passed, right? We're not looking to decrement, and, I don't think it's, if someone said, well, are you gonna go after the free cash? I don't think I don't think, that's not my desire to go after that for that purpose. And, the rest of the board can speak about that as well. So 13, I'm hearing that 13 is good, 14 is low risk, and it's about authority. Noting Terry's extreme caution.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I make a motion to approve the fall town meeting warrant with the sole amendment to Article 3. Striking $3,700,000 and no cents and changing to $4 million and no cents.
There's a motion.
Second.
Thank you. There is a motion and a second. Got it.
I believe that was the only thing that we ended up having to make
That
a
is
change on.
correct.
Well, the Council on Aging too, submitted by Council.
Oh, yep. Good
Oh,
point. Yep.
okay, so I will further amend
Yeah,
that
so
Article
yes.
5 be submitted by not the select board, but by Council on Aging. So I will further amend.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Tim, you good?
Yep.
For the second?
Yep.
Okay. All right, any further discussion?
Amended second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none on the motion to approve the fall town meeting warrant with the
Two
noted,
amendments.
with two noted amendments. How do you vote? Tim,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well. Thanks, Adam. Thanks, everyone. That was a lot of good work in there, and I appreciate everyone's patience with that. You could go ahead.
So, okay, hang on. Okay. So now at this point, because we're still on warrant, do we want to entertain the motion to open a special town meeting warrant to be held on October 23rd, 2024, concurrently with the fall town meeting, to open tonight, close in 14 days from today, which would be calendar. Damn it. Pardon my language. Yeah, right. God. Oh, that's not what I wanted.
At the 9th, 10th?
They're all calendar days, not business days, right?
Yeah, 14 calendar days. It's 30 plus 9, October 9th. Is that our next? I believe that's our next business meeting. We
Correct.
close on October 9th.
Yep. Yep. The motion?
Yes, it's a motion
Open it for a special town meeting.
to be held concurrently with the fall town meeting on October 23rd, 2024.
and
To
close.
open today, close in 14 days on October 9th, 2024.
Okay, I have a motion for a special town meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
You have it. Okay, thank you, Tim. Any discussion?
So the purpose of this special that we are going to vote to potentially open and then close in 14 days would be, at this point, it sounds like it would be solely for the purpose of the items proposed in Noel's comments this during citizen input.
Yeah, I mean, that's just
Because
citizen
the-
input. We're opening it, but I think it's gonna be a select board article.
Yeah, but that's.
I understand what you're
The
saying.
reason the initial reason why we're trying to open this is for that, and it would be a select board article, yes, but if anything else comes in, obviously, then it will be entertained. Yeah, of course, but that's the initial reason and thought process for opening the special.
That's correct. Any further discussion?
Just a point of clarity, does that include new citizen petitions
Yeah.
or just one?
It would have to, yeah,
It
it
would
would have
open
to,
up
they
the
would,
citizen
citizen
petition.
petitions would be allowed and under the rules
Yeah.
for a special town meeting warrant, which Jeff rattled off earlier.
Hmm.
So, 100 signatures
Yes.
For fall, yeah.
for a special, yeah,
Sorry.
for a special, it's 100. But yeah, it would by requirement open citizens petitions up for that warrant if necessary.
Any further discussion, special town meeting? Warrant. Hearing none. On the motion to open a warrant for a special town meeting for the 23rd of October and to close on October 9th. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. All right, we are back to our scheduled agenda. This is item F. Okay, this is discussion related to the free cash plan. Jeff, your name is on this if you'd like to lead that discussion.
Yes, our free cash was certified back in early August, whenever it was. And according to the financial management policy, page 8, upon certification of the town's free cash, the town administrator shall prepare a plan of its use to guide the expenditure of free cash. I looked at the agendas and I didn't see this on there anywhere, so and along with having articles on this special town meeting warrant involving free cash, following the financial management policy, I wanted to see a free cash plan. Because it's the policy.
Mhm.
So I requested it to be on the agenda so the public can see it.
Okay. I think the one part as presented that was confusing to me is that under distribution, the first figure there, 481,065, that is a figure provided by the as a formula by the financial management policy. So that is a spend no more than number. Once I understood, Adam was talking about, yeah, I should probably put that there, but his word is reserved, but it's per the financial management policy not to exceed. Which he does not. I think the total figure came out to I wrote it down.
8105606.
Less than 481. Actually, it's 41 less the 3,000. Otherwise, this makes sense to me. And the 270 obviously is reflected in the warrant we just passed.
I just wanted to ensure that the plan had been done and that everybody gets to see it.
Yep. Any other discussion on the free cash plan? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to select board goals. I would like to make whether I'm looking at time or otherwise, I had some edits to this that I did not get to. I know Adam's not in the room to be able to say, oh my gosh, I needed that, like yesterday. I would like to make a motion to table the select board goals to our next business meeting.
So seconded.
Okay. Any discussion on, any discussion or mention of any other edits that, you might not got to? I know that, Gail attended our meeting and she gave me a lot of her notes or otherwise, so I wanted a chance to be able to balance those. I did some of the wording. I wanted to be able to clarify, to make sure that we had filled in the names and everything, and that's why I want to table, so we can make sure that we get it right. And the people during that meeting, we all kind of signed up for different things. That's not to stop your progress, but as far as just to sign and approve that, I'd like a little extra time. Any other discussion on tabling? Hearing none on the motion to table the draft select board goals, how would you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jess? Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
I'm a yes as well. Next item is action related to the senior center donation. We have a memo from Jackie Prime. Dear Select Board, please consider a vote to accept the following donation to the senior center. Valerie Lloyd would like to donate $20. Submitted by Jackie Prime.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I move to approve the senior center donation as presented.
Second.
I think Terry got it.
Okay, Terry's second. Any further discussion on the senior center donation?
Tim has said it before. I will
Just
say it
again, a
now.
general thank you to the outpouring from the community and the support. It's well understood, well recognized, and certainly goes to a good cause.
Yeah, with
Tim-
disappearing middle income, this is very generous.
Tim has said it before, and I will say it again. It takes a village. We have a wonderful village here in Templeton.
Yep.
That continues to do this sort of good work. So thank you.
So,
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that discussion on the senior, accepting the senior center. Motion was made, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was moved.
On the,
Moved, seconded by,
Yep.
Terry got
I
it.
just wanted to make sure. On the motion to accept the senior center donation, how do you vote? Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you, Valerie. Okay. Right, last item of new business, action related to an open meeting law complaint. I would
Mr. Chair, I move for town council to respond.
motion
Seconded.
and seconded. Any discussion?
We want to spend money on a lawyer to respond to a complaint with some of the content is proved, at least to my satisfaction, in our own minutes. The minutes of February 28th. The Gray Road was on the agenda. The motion voted to table it. March 13th, Gray Road turnaround license agreement. The motion, it was made to table to a future meeting. August 14th, the complaint says it was listed under old business. I mean, new business when it was actually an old business item. And the minutes were already amended, a couple of the things in the 14 minutes tonight, which directly addresses a couple of the things that was listed in the open meeting law complaint. It just gets to the point where it seems like everybody is bound and determined not to admit that we goofed. The open meeting law, in my opinion, over many years and being on different boards and committees, it's about the easiest thing there is to get in trouble with. I mean, we could probably have a dozen of these complaints a meeting if people wanted to put their, I mean, just the select board. There are other committees. You know, there was a committee just met September 5th, the door was locked to the building at a public meeting for almost a half an hour. It's like that's the most simplest thing you're supposed to do is open the door for a public meeting. I just don't understand why we can't read this complaint. Again, we amended the minutes. Why? It's in the complaint. I just read the agendas and the minutes that said it was tabled and tabled. And it was labeled different, but it was the same thing. And the option was to have a turnaround here or this or that way. We made a mistake in the minutes. The board goofed on a couple of things. We're not going to Leavenworth. We're not going to the gas chamber. The residents have taken the time to pay attention, to look back at things and say, hey, it was on the agenda as this, it was on the agenda as this. How could it be new when it should be old? It's some simple things. It's a simple fix. I think we respond to the complainant and the AG's office. We made some errors. They're basic. We're fixing them and not make lawyers rich. For what purpose? So we can get a determination maybe that, oh, we didn't goof. And then it'll be put out there. Guess what? Hey, we got a determination back. We won. We won what? I just think it's a waste of taxpayers' dollars, and it's a simple thing of reading. And most of these complaints, I didn't see the word intentional, but which is carry more weight. But again, we made mistakes in the agenda, in the minutes, and things were talked about. The most serious thing is in there was somebody commented that, oh, we're doing this the way we agreed on. I don't know how you could agree on anything because I went back and the record shows it was tabled, and tabled. So again, it is some errors made by the board. And I think instead of making lawyers rich and taking taxpayers' money, I mean, we goofed. We made some simple but serious errors regarding the law, the open meeting. And we just admit to them and say, because that's how you learn in my view, you know, when you get experience, it's because you goof up a lot. So I got a lot of experience, so I goofed up a lot on a lot of things. And realize that you did it and just work harder. And, you know, we need a minutes checklist. It's been brought up at the selectmen's meeting by Tim, myself, by the complainant. I think it's been mentioned other times. The minutes were even, you can't make a recording, a video or anything because it doesn't meet the requirements of the open meeting law. I know I checked with the Division of Open Government because a committee was talking about doing transcripts and stuff. It doesn't meet. I just read through the complaint and I went, looked. It didn't take long and, oh yeah, we did goof. And then I looked at the minutes that were going to be in front of us tonight. Oh yeah, boom, boom. So we made some mistakes. We own them. We informed the complainant who is sitting here tonight, we're gonna make a serious effort to correct this. And as long as we don't do this stuff again, then we're okay. That's my view as a board member. And if a motion is to have a lawyer respond, I'm voting no, because I think it's a waste of money, it's a waste of time. And when the goof up is right in front of you, proof positive, our own accepted agendas and minutes. You just got to say, we goofed. We're sorry, and we'll work on improvement and put it on agenda for approve a checklist for whoever's doing the minutes and be done with it. That's my view. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I have two quick points. I tend to agree with Mr. Bennett. I think we need to pump the brakes. We're real fast to say, let's get a lawyer involved. No, this can be resolved locally. More importantly, what troubles me is that, yeah, we made the mistake, but I don't see how we're correcting it. And this is by no means to throw Kelsey under the bus. She's still new on scene. We've presented the checklist. I don't know if Kelsey has seen the checklist. I brought a copy to give her tonight. But she is new on scene. I would like to see the training plan and the task certification qualification checklist that I know Jeff's familiar with, Mike, you're familiar with, Matt, you're familiar with the alphabet agencies, I am as well. And if those don't exist, that's a problem. But if they do exist, that's fine. I'd like to see them. Mike, you and myself as educators, we do these all the time. We write lesson plans, we can review lesson plans, we can make suggestions, guidances, and tweaks. That's just something I feel we have to do.
And to your point, Tim, I'm a learning and development professional. I've written these checklists many, many times. Yeah, I get exactly where you're coming from. It's understood.
Any further discussion? Okay, hearing
Can
none.
I have a few minutes? Like, can I just have a minute to think? I would like to think about mine.
Because you want to speak, or do you just need a second?
But I just need to process it in a healthy way.
Okay. Would it be inappropriate for me to ask? I know we're in the middle of a discussion for a motion. I'm also looking at the clock. Would it be?
To my, to my knowledge, with this TA produced various options and she stated as we discussed. To my knowledge, we sent Adam back to the drawing board. And it was at a meeting that we sent him back to the drawing board as opposed to just giving us one option. And that was what I was referring to. I asked you, Tim, and you were having a conversation after a meeting and you said, don't bother. So I never bothered with Gray Road. I asked for permission to be in the conversation. And then I realized, well, Tim's select board, your select board, I don't need to be in this conversation. So that's and as far as gaslighting, I apologized that night. What I should have said was, I feel intimidated by you. I do.
Point of order.
Yeah.
That again.
Yeah, I don't want,
So I
you're-
don't want to get into it, but I'm just saying, I apologize because I barely understand what.
Point of order
gaslighting
accepted, absolutely. We're not trying to adjudicate everything. We're trying to handle, I'm not telling the board what to say. I just do not want to try adjudicate this at this point.
Okay.
The comments, the previous comments, absolutely accepted, but we cannot just do open heart surgery on this and try and attempt to do this at this point. So that point of order is absolutely sustained.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you have anything further? Okay. Okay. Anything further? Right. Hearing nothing further on the motion.
The motion right
Yeah,
now
the
is
motion
to,
is
for
to
town
move for
council to
council to
respond.
respond. How do you vote, Tim?
No.
Jeff?
No.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
No.
I vote yes, that did fail. The motion did fail.
Yep. 2-3-0.
I'll remind the board that, we have two more days.
Respond.
Yeah, it's approximately, well, I mean, I know what the time frame. I did all the discussion or otherwise.
Mr. Chair, I would move for the clerk to respond.
There's a motion for the clerk to respond.
That would be Jeff.
That's correct.
I second that motion.
Motion has been seconded for the clerk to respond. Discussion.
I will say I will check on the time frame. If you vote for me to do this, I would respond twice because I believe the time frame I have, I would not communicate what I want to say on behalf of the board. So I would meet the law requirement to respond to her, and with the caveat in the response, the official solution, if you will, to follow in the X period of time.
I believe you have the ability to ask for an extension.
And that's, I feel that would be acceptable. Yes.
Any further discussion? I would like not to have just the complainant actually be a part of that discussion. It's at my call anyway.
You don't want an answer saying, I accept an extension? I would think you would want that. I think you would want that.
Well, but I want it to be, I know this is public meeting or otherwise. Thank you for that. I'd still rather, if that's the letter of open meeting law, I'd rather him be able to respond that way. But thank you for the offer. I do appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes.
In regards to item N on those meeting minutes, Mr. Rivard wanted the wording changed to say specifically receive.
And removed.
Yeah, while I'm still learning all this terminology and stuff, I'm just curious because I put removed themselves from the room due to conflict of interest, which is basically the definition of recuse. So I'm just curious where the misunderstanding would be here.
Can I ask you to get offline with Matt, please?
Oh, okay.
Yep. Talk to me offline on that, please. Happy to help you with that.
And when we go back to responding or otherwise, if that's what you and Matt, then we'll discuss it then.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So we're in a motion for the clerk to respond. Any further discussion? Hearing none on the motion, you made the
I made the motion, Tim seconded it.
seconded. On the motion for the clerk to respond to the OML complaint, how do you vote? Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Let's say yes.
Yes.
I vote no, so I'm the only no vote, Kelsey. Okay.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yep.
Looking at the hour.
Yep.
It pains me to do this, but I make I would like to enter a motion that we continue past the 10 o'clock hour
will
for our
second that
policy.
motion.
Motion to move to work past 10 has been seconded. Any discussion?
It's another piece.
Hearing none on the motion to work past 10. How do you vote? Tim?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Terry? Working past-
Yes.
Okay. Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. All right. All right, that takes care of new business. We've got 3 items left. We have old business Scout Hall occupancy, fees, Jeff Bennett's fees discussion, and then board member comments. So let's go to old business A, action related to Scout Hall occupancy. Matt, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For our discussion at our last meeting, Mr. Curry marked up the Scout Hall operating procedures that you saw at the last meeting. You see the redlined version in front of you. So you can see the changes that were made. There was discussion in paragraph 3 to have this, to have it changed from this building to this dedicated municipal space. Also in the last sentence, the rest of the area will be for general use of the public as well as the youth of Templeton, including the Scouts, to be more inclusive. Paragraph 4, striking TCTV and the Scouts and changing it to any town, department, organization, or individual will be responsible for maintaining a clean building, et cetera, et cetera. A note there that fixtures must also be stored after use, and that helps to and that helps with the not just it helps with everyone making sure that the building stays in the same condition. Paragraph 6, instead of it's revised to all town departments, boards and committees will be able to use the dedicated municipal space for extra meetings, training space, etc. I reviewed this and I feel comfortable with the document as it is currently presented. More comfortable even than I was in the last meeting. That this can be passed and implemented again as a stopgap measure until we can come up with a universal town building and grounds policy that will cover everything. Right now, again, I feel that this is necessary as a stopgap. And that we have greater work to do to improve to improve our policies entirely, as opposed to just using a stopgap measure. But for the moment, this serves the purpose that we need it to as a stopgap.
Thank you, Matt. All right. And what are you recommending this evening?
So my recommendation, I will move to approve the Scout Hall operating procedures as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Actually, we called a motion without.
I'll pull it back until
Okay,
Terry gets
all
back.
right,
That's
thank
fine.
you. Yeah.
I'll pull it back till Terry
Sorry,
gets
I
back.
thought
That's
she
fine.
was.
No,
I
you're
thought she had come back.
not a problem. I'll hold it until she gets back.
Okay. Any discussion before? I mean. Board, are there any board member comments first?
I do have one thing. There's a handicap ramp at the building. There's handicap doors. There's a handicap water closet. There is no handicap parking space. So if someone shows up and the space is not paved, where do they park? That's the biggest thing with, it's like, we said the building's complete, but it's really not.
Yeah.
When we had a meeting there, police officer came in and 2 people had to move their cars because they parked over the apartment building thing. That's one of my biggest concerns is it doesn't seem like it's ready for public use to be, to be open for that stuff because of that big oversight. I know there's a caveat in the architectural review. They don't really get, I think they have a minimum spaces.
That is
15 or
correct.
so, but we need to provide a handicap. It's like, you got a handicap ramp, yeah, okay, where do I park? There are other places to go to file with that as far as the handicap spacing, provided, but you pull up and somebody's in a wheelchair and it's a dirt parking lot and the ramp's right there, but there's 3 cars there because there's no signage, there's no nothing. So that's my issue with that.
Okay.
With that building.
Any further discussion? Well, actually, we're not in discussion, anything,
And I don't even know how many people are supposed to be in there, because the occupancy permit that I looked at and got from Development Services doesn't have a numbers penciled into it yet. And that was as of Wednesday, last Thursday, I think.
in the building or at Development Services?
I went into Development Services and asked for the occupancy permit signed off by the building inspector. And there's no number penciled in. I believe the one on the wall is blank as well.
Yes.
Or at our goal meeting it was.
I don't,
So,
I mean.
I don't even know how many, I don't know what that thing says there. I don't know, 40-something people. I know it's kind of high for this size room, but I don't, so that's the other caveat.
89 on the
I
third
wonder,
floor.
I wonder some days.
On the first floor.
So.
Terry, Matt had made a motion, but he withdrew it because I thought you were sitting there, and it would have been inappropriate if we were making motions while you were. Okay. But we are on to the Scout Hall occupancy action item. And, Matt, thank you for your overview or otherwise, and I recognize that the action item is Scout Hall occupancy, and this is operating procedures. Jeff makes the point of other usability. I think the operating procedures is doesn't incorporate his concerns, and certainly we need to take a look at that. And I know that Development Services has requirements based on what type of building spaces and otherwise, but I definitely think if we, we're halfway, we're only halfway to the handicap ramp. But from operating procedures, it seems to have been more of a, how are we occupying the inside space and
That's
how
correct.
we're using it, so.
That's correct.
But, it is a Scout Hall occupancy, so that's the flavor of the discussion. Okay.
Of course.
All right, there's been no motion made. It sounds like the board is kind of stagnant right now, so Steve had expressed. Yep. Thank you. Now, we are, just before you begin, I did see some extra stuff in our packet. We're not talking about TCTV's contribution to Scouts. We're talking about the operating occupancy, and so I just wanted to be able to say thank you for that stuff, but we're not going to discuss that tonight.
Okay. I just want to say, first of all, that we're looking forward to working with everybody in Scout Hall and accommodating them. And as I explained to someone the other day, we've always viewed it as not just a workspace for us, but kind of a lobby area for us. As you know, we have other locations and other things. It's never going to be a black box studio, right? It's going to be someplace where we can do maybe a casual talk show here or there. And like I said, most of our stuff is in that one quadrant. And we do use the space to work throughout the day. And we can remove whatever is needed for whatever groups come in. So I want to start with that. I may be able to shed some light on the handicap space, although it seems to keep moving. So we should definitely pin it down. We were initially told that the space on if you're looking at the building, the right side of the ramp was a handicap space. But now, as I understand it, we only have about 3 feet, or the town only owns about 3 feet from the ramp. So we've been treating the space on the right side of the building in front, where we park kind of perpendicular to the building, so we don't park on the grass. We've been treating that as the handicap access. And we unlock the door during the day in case anyone with a disability comes and needs that space and wants to come up the ramp and come in. So I just want to shed light on that, but I agree with Mr. Bennett. We should definitely identify that. And I think, I can't remember who, it may be Bob or Adam, but we've been trying to work some of that out so that we can get signage there and everything like that. I just had a few questions about the guidelines. And again, we're fine with working with guidelines that are fair and equitable for everybody. And I don't have many issues with these guidelines, but I just do have a couple of questions for our operation and how we can do that. So it says here, no alterations should be made to the space initially or at some time when we considered these guidelines before. You had left it up to me to get approval from Bob Sozik and Building and Grounds if we wanted to put anything on the walls. And Bob said, you can do what you want in your space. And we asked him permission to hang a couple clocks. And that's all we're put on the walls in the public space. So do you want to keep that to having select board approval, or should we go through Mr. Sozik? That's my first question.
I think it should be the select board.
That's fine. You have fixtures must be stored after use. What do you mean by fixtures?
My perception is any kind of fixtures that are outside of the identified area. So if you place anything outside that area, it's a table, it's a screen,
Mic stand, whatever.
a stand that holds a screen. All those are fixtures that should be put away after use.
Well, a fixture is usually in a building, something fixed to a wall. So we may want to change the language on that. And as far as if it's furnishings, so is the area, what's the area? Our area? Are you talking about?
Correct.
Okay, so we have a table that's available for a public workspace. Are we supposed to put that away?
Yes.
There's no space to put it, Mike.
Okay.
All right, we can put the computers away. I have no problem doing that. And then there's an extra table for whoever's using that space.
Yeah, I mean, moving it to the front area as well.
And, you know, there was concerns about the backdrop stand we have with the backdrops on it. And right now, the Cub Scouts are using that space behind it for storage. So I would like to be able to leave that intact. And we can work with whoever comes in there, say, hey, what do you need? Do you need this moved? We'll move it. Is that okay? Do you need this covered up? Do you need this padded? That's fine.
Yeah.
So
I'm interested in also looking, we've got to have something to be able to move forward with how it would work. I understand.
That's what I'm trying to do.
I understand that the part of this discussion is occupancy as well, but we've got to figure out how the cats and dogs get along in that space, and it's got to be an open space. There can't be things, tables, chairs, otherwise. It can't be a living room in the middle of the space that it's expected to use. I know that you've got a lot of stuff. I know you've got stands and screens or otherwise. That front, Tim talked about in the last meeting, he talked about Den Master's office that used to be in there or otherwise. That doesn't seem like that's going to happen. That we're not trying to occupy space for Den Master office or other. There's that front area that's little more than a sitting room at this point. There's the potential you could wall that off and turn it into a storage space. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to fix everything, but at least from Matt's perspective, this at least identifies how do different parties, municipal space. Again, we didn't want to put it like the onus of just TCTV. We're just calling it municipal space. How do we occupy that and work with other
and
potential customers?
And we're willing
The Scout.
and we're willing to work with everybody.
You've got
on
to
that.
work with everybody. TCTV is a town department. So that what we're trying to do is say, here's your equitable space to be able to use it with what was agreed upon. And so it's not like it's your building to tell us how you think.
Mike, I agree with you.
Okay.
All right.
But,
And we
it's just the
want
way
to
that you
work
said
with
that.
everybody, and we want to work with everybody, and you turn around and tell me, I have to work with it. All right, let me go on here. Fixtures are things on the walls.
Right.
All right, I want to clear that up.
Yep.
And I would prefer to be able to work with each group individually. What do you need? Do you need this table moved? Do you need that moved? We'll do it. Okay? There's something in here for proposed hours for TCTV and others, have to go be presented bi-weekly to the Assistant Town Administrator. We have set hours right now, Monday through Thursday, 10 to 6, Friday, 12 to 4. It would benefit us if we didn't have to submit that every other week. If you really want us to, we will, but maybe when we have a change of hours, we can submit it. But those right now are our set hours for Scout Hall. And as far as scheduling times for others at Scout Hall, I know you want to go through the town administrator's office, but I'm going to make an offer that, you know, we know how to schedule things. We did it all during COVID. And if that's too much work for them, we're glad to do it. And then we know, because we want to know who's coming in there when, so we can prepare the space for them. And be there if they want us to be there. That's all. So we want to work with everybody. We can help with the scheduling if that's okay. And I would also recommend that we have closing procedures for everybody, because, you know, we're still getting used to the space. We're in there 5 days a week and we close it up 5 days a week. And, you know, yeah, you shut the windows out. We pull all the curtains closed, take any fans out of the windows. You have to remember to lock the side door for handicap access. That could easily be forgotten. And this is, I think, another case.
This does
to-
address it, but
To
not
have,
the
but,
detail
you know, you should also, I think, pull the curtains closed as well. But I think this presents another case to have some sort of security in there, be it surveillance or, as some have mentioned, and I think Tim had mentioned, a key card system. And a key card system can automatically lock those doors at the time when we know no one's going to be in there, so that there aren't any breaches.
I agree.
And we'll be happy to lay out our procedures for closing. They're very simple. And we've considered, hey, maybe we should take one of these little magnetic whiteboards that we have and stick it on the door. Don't forget to do this
Yeah.
on the way out, just so you have a checklist. And everybody does.
May I interject for just a moment?
Absolutely.
On the question of security cameras, you know, we've talked about it a lot for a year now. Gage made the point to come during citizen input to clarify that. I'd like to ask the board, I don't know if there's any opposition to security cameras at this point, based on what the conversations were. I'm not opposed to security cameras.
Security camera.
Is any other board member opposed to a security camera? It's not a mandate, but at least.
Not opposed, but I'm surprised at this point, we don't have something in there. There's a lot of equipment in there.
And this is for
It's a
everyone's
nice finished
protection.
building. I
Mhm.
mean, just the building itself could be.
So that's the feeling that I got over the past couple of meetings, is that we were amendable to that, and there was no longer any kind of discussion to say there wasn't going to be, like, here's a security camera for this building. So I think we're beyond that point as a matter of opinion or otherwise. I think the board is on board with not only a security system, but you know, a key card system, I think, is absolutely optimal. And we should call it the honorary Toth key card system when we install it. But I know you're a champion of it, and I think it 100% a great idea.
Would you like us to present that to the board at some time? Since these
About
are-
the cameras and
Yeah,
security.
since these are things that would be on the walls.
I don't know if you'd have a funding source for otherwise, but I don't know if it would be a capital item or not, but I think at least there's no hurdle to get over to say no one wants it. Hang on, I got you.
And that's all I had for that.
About security camera,
There's key cards anyway.
key cards. You, since we're on it, I'm gonna go back to Steve, but go ahead. I don't want
It's
to.
just, it's not just that building, but.
Absolutely, for
all of the
everything.
building. My only comment was, it should be, all of the buildings should have the electronic. key card.
Agreed.
I made
As
that
a capital item, or
Years
I don't know how you can do it. I mean, I know Jeff was talking about splitting the bid or otherwise, but yes, we should figure out a way to do that. Thank
Yeah.
you.
That recommendation was made probably a year and a half ago, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
What
Consistently.
kind of key cards are they gonna be gonna pay the top kind, that it won't be hackable? Or?
We'll figure it out. There's
Concept.
so many different systems out there. Steve, you wanted to continue?
I think
Thank
those
you for
are
making
all
that
the
point.
questions I had, so,
Good.
you know,
I
you
just
may
got
want to consider amending this a little bit. With that, and I would also, you know, ask that we don't have to submit our hours every other week. That would be helpful to us.
Hours are tough to talk about because I did not have the expectation that you were going to have normal operating hours. With that being said, I was more concerned about deconfliction. So if we've got scouts coming in, they should understand what is available. Not, if I was a scoutmaster and I'm like, there are no times available because all, operating hours are taking up all the slots or otherwise. You're not supposed to be co-using the space. I understand that you had people working in on a workstation or otherwise, but it's not meant so it can just, I don't know. Thoughts?
If I may, we need a place to work. And we need a
I understand. I
place
think
so
I even
we
said
can,
it like,
raise
your
revenue.
system of closets or otherwise. I got it.
You
but,
know, and we need to have regular hours there.
I'm about deconfliction and if it winds up being, again, I'm just one of the people up here. I would like to see the scouts have the flexibility to be able to use the facility. If you're saying that's absolutely true, no problem.
Yeah, that's true. So if
It's
someone comes,
deconfliction for
if
me.
someone comes and say, hey, we really need this at 2 PM this day, and you know, if we don't have anything urgent there. Yeah, but I don't see scouts, I don't see scouts meeting during the day.
Mr.
Point
Chair.
of order, or you
No,
just want to
Mr. Chair,
interject?
no, I'm gonna interject at this
Okay.
point. And Mr. Castle, I truly don't believe you think that you are not the primary tenant of that building.
What?
Excuse me, sir?
I truly think that you are the only tenant of that building.
Excuse me, don't tell me how I think.
Mr.
That is very presumptuous of
Mr.
you. You don't know me.
Stop.
Mr.
Chair.
Both of you guys. need
I'm-
breath. Both
hang
of
on.
you.
Okay,
Hang on. I'm talking about what my current thought process is, Mr. Castle. Please let me finish my thought process,
Go right ahead.
okay? At the end of the day, Scout Hall is primarily for the youth of Templeton, be it Scout, whatever that case may be. Okay? You're having regular hours precludes the use of the building by the youth organizations.
I disagree.
I don't. And I
That's
feel
never
that,
been our intent.
and I feel that right now your mindset is that the building is primarily for the use of TCTV, and that is my greatest concern right now.
No, sir, and you're denying what I'm sitting here and telling you.
hang on back there. I do see your hand.
Chair.
Terry,
It's just been my observation that Steve's had hours in this room. We worked with Holly with him, so if there was any conflicts, he was amenable to. Then if the conference room was needed for something else, he was amenable to that. I tend to think that the kids go to school. So his hours are usually during the day and he's usually here at night doing the meeting. So, I don't see a potential,
I have everyone in mind.
I don't see a potential
Thank you.
conflict if he has regular hours.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
And maybe you
Yes,
just,
Tim.
4 real quick comments. 2 of them are historical and they do need to be addressed. The handicap parking used to be against the curb at the memorial. One of the 3 spots, I don't remember which one, was actually at one time painted with the blue handicap marking. That said, you had an open aisleway to get from the church, which is now the electrician's shop, over to the apartment building. And yes, the footprint of what the town owns is small. Where TCTV is currently parking up near the grass and the worn dirt area, there was, once upon a time was a 3-rail fence there that was part of the original Eagle Scout project. If we were to pull that back, there would be no perpendicular parking to the building or parallel parking to the building. So that would be something to work through.
Okay.
As far as security, yeah, absolutely. I'm completely on board. And as far as drilling down, this is a stopgap measure till this board completes the entire town-wide building use policy. I think we're getting way down deep into the minutia that we don't need to be in. We're getting stuck in the weeds, focusing on one particular item. Yes, we know we have to make some changes and we know we have to work together. My final comment on scheduling and Parks and Rec discussed it earlier. They're working with the school. They're working to bring on a program. It would very easily fit this as well. As far as, you know, certain times, this, whatever, you could have a standing block dedicated to whatever organization. But then whoever logs into it can see what is there. We're reinventing the wheel in a place where I don't really think it needs to be reinvented. We have a lot of good people, strong points. They know what they're doing. Let's let them run with it.
With this as it's amended as a stopgap, are you in favor of that?
I would be in favor of it. There are a few wording changes, but yeah. And again, this is a stopgap, but the onus and the crunch time is on this board. We need, and it's not just what happens here. It is all of our town buildings.
And to your point, Tim, this is intended to be a stopgap no matter what. This is not intended to be the end all be all.
Yep.
It's, we need to take a look at our town and building and property use. Come up with a clear and coherent single policy that covers everything, at which point this would be repealed, whatever the case may be, in favor of that overarching policy. This is just a stopgap for the time being until we can do that work.
That was my understanding as well. And I'm not dismissing anything Steve has presented to us. I heard what he had to say. I did.
Thank you.
This is designed to deconflict the space until, I mean, we're never gonna get better at it. Hang on. No motion has been made. So we're still even discussing right now. Are there any other board member comments or a motion? And I do know that people in the back are waiting to speak.
One other quick comment.
Of course.
I did take it as an action item. I have spoken on the phone with the owner of the electric company. We have not yet had our face-to-face meeting. He was very appreciative and grateful that I had reached out to him. He is more than willing to work with us, especially evenings, his off hours, when it won't impact his stuff. In fact, if we could give him some kind of a schedule, he can make sure his vehicles are pushed back, opening up even more parking spaces for us. So that was a no-brainer, no heavy lift whatsoever.
Okay.
And we're trying to connect, and right now,
Yeah.
connecting those dots is just not happening.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Yep.
Board member comments or motion, or I'm gonna go back. I had at least 2 comments in the back. All right.
I'll wait on the motion until those comments are in, because then.
Candace, you
we
were
can-
first.
I just wanted to say that, well, right now I'm a little upset, but okay.
I know, but
I just
I'm
wanna
looking at
say
the
that
hour
when
as
it
well.
came to
I'm
this-
gonna let you speak. I'm just saying.
No, I'm just,
Okay.
okay, so I'm just gonna talk about this room. So this room has been occupied for meetings and so forth, but TCTV has done like editing stuff in here. And they have a block that they've booked with Holly. And so I had to have a special meeting for Parks and Rec. And I called up, first I checked with Steve to see if he could release it. Because that way Holly didn't have to. And then once he said, yes, I could release it to you. Then I called Holly. And then I said, Steve's okay that I could take his space time from my meeting, and he was very gracious about it. There was no issues or anything.
Okay.
So for him, like when the kids are in school, there's no reason why that the TCTV can't be editing and doing stuff in that. Because if they're not there, they're gonna be in here. And then in here, it's gonna take it from other staff in this building that needs to use this room. So it's either here or it's there, but they're gonna be in either the spaces. I
I
mean,
couldn't agree with you more.
yeah, so all it's gonna do is release some of that time from in this room too, for this building. So moving them over there when kids are in school would benefit the town because we need this for other things like voting and different things that we have going on in this building. So it's not like, you know, it's not like the scouts are gonna have all these meetings during the time school's happening and
I just-
nothing's gonna
yeah.
happen in the building. So I don't understand the anger of this. I don't, it's just very upsetting to me.
Okay.
Because, you know, this is a historical building and it's as big as this room. And if people are arguing about, you know, that a nonprofit entity gets comp watch over a town that's this TCTV without them during the pandemic, where would we have been as a town?
Understood.
It just,
Okay.
I'm just,
Thank
I
you,
just
Can-
wish that people would just stop arguing.
Thank you, Candace.
It's more than just one youth organization. Okay, everyone is focusing on the Scouts, because historically, the Scouts have been the one that has used the building the most. But there are a lot of other organizations, some of them that do meet during the day, because not all kids are in the Narragansett school system. They're homeschooled.
That was
So-
what I thought.
All right, so they're homeschooled, all right? Now, Steve, I believe has,
Yeah.
you know, TCTV wants to do the right thing. I'm sure they do, right? And it's a matter of, let's see how it all works. And if it, you know, functions well, great. If not, you adjust the rules. And so what I'm trying to say is that there are other youth organizations. There is a history of other departments, not his, other departments in town that have slowly taken over and over and over and over to the point where it's like, well, the kids got kicked out. That's the
Historically,
historical,
yep, got it.
historically, all right? So fool me once, you know, the whole thing, all right? So I think that's part of the angst of what's going on, and TCTV unfortunately is on the receiving end because it's a similar situation.
Understood. That, well said.
And I think Tim is
And
absolutely.
this is what I'm gonna, that's the last of the gallery comments.
I think Tim is absolutely right. And Candace is a great example with Parks and Rec. She's sharing the Council on Aging building. And there was no issues whatsoever on defining use and access and keys and everything. There was no issues. So why are we making a big issue of this?
Thank you.
All right, just one time.
I'd like, can you have a final word? Cause I'd like to finish up.
We're willing to work with everybody who wants to use the building. We consider ourselves stewards of the building. We're like your park rangers, right? And if you want to make a visitor center out of the front room, we'll man that too. But we need a place to work, and this is the deal that we've always felt, that the Scout Hall building and us being in it was meant to be. So we just ask for people to come and talk to us and learn about what we do.
Yeah,
And
that's not,
and
Candace's
and
point
learn
about what would we do without you?
with.
I think that's a well-made comment. That's not the issue. We're trying to deconflict the space. So when the space is turned over for scout use, there's an expectation, I said it in the last meeting, there's the expectation that the space will be available.
That's
And that
fine.
there's not extraneous, we can argue about the word fixture or otherwise, that there's not extraneous equipment or materials that are interfering with
That's
that
fine.
contiguous space, that you know, that L-shaped
Mhm.
space. So that's what the spirit of this is. That's what
Yeah.
Matt started off with. Do you want to? What do you want to do with this?
May I say one more word?
No, thank you. You ended on a great note.
Fine.
Knowing that I believe Tim's gonna have some proposals for tweaking the language in order to make this work. I'm gonna move at this point to accept the Scout Hall operating procedures as presented. And then we can go through what I believe that we can go through what may potentially come as far as that goes.
Okay.
So I'll make that motion to accept the Scout Hall operating procedures as amended so that we can, I'm sorry, as presented, so that we can move to that.
Okay, there's a motion.
Second.
And the motion in a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I would, remove the bi-weekly for TCTV.
I'm sorry, what'd she say?
Keys
Bi-weekly
will be
hours.
signed out, except for TCTV will be exempt from signing out keys. The proposed hours for TCTV and scouts will be emailed to Assistant Town Administrator bi-weekly. I don't know how
I'm,
to rephrase that.
I'm sorry, the-
It's the
I
one.
think I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure I'm looking at the language.
Paragraph 4. The third sentence,
Yeah.
the proposed hours for,
It's just redundant. He's
Yeah.
he knows his hours. And then, you know,
I think it's because of scheduling though.
yeah,
Yeah, I think you could line through that.
The full sentence.
No, the last sentence.
The last sentence.
just line through the last sentence of
Yeah.
paragraph 4.
Mm-hmm. Aside from that change that was made,
I do have one word to change.
okay,
The paragraph directly above that final sentence, fixtures must also be used after use. I would strike the word fixtures and possibly replace that. Any added items for a meeting will be removed after use.
Steve, is that clear? I know you didn't like the word fixtures. I get what you're saying, like that's a wall, it's, you know, I said equipment, you said any additional.
Yeah.
It's basically clearing the workspace. Whatever we want to call that's occupying that workspace. I'm sorry that you've got, you know, a table, like a coffee table or whatever, but that stuff's got to be moved out of the way to be able to allow when the scouts come in to use it. That's the intent of that phrase. Are you good with that language that Tim just used? But the intent of it is to clear the space.
I'm not, and I'll tell you why. The layout that you have in your packet that was originally approved has less space available than we have right now. And that work desk that is near the front wall, facing the front room, on the other side of the wall of the front room, is for a public work desk. And I'd prefer not to have to move that every time somebody has to come in unless they really need it moved.
What's the work desk's purpose?
For
For you or for
the public.
I haven't.
Can you put that in the visitor center? Can you put it in the visitor center?
If we have to do it every time somebody comes in, and if they don't need that moved, why should we have to move it?
I mean, the purpose of the visitor center, that's
Mr.
like a
Chairman.
nebulous, yeah, hang on a sec. I don't understand why the work desk can't go into the visitor center if the visitor center's role is really not clearly defined
This is-
anywhere.
this is
That's why I
every-
talked about it, even turning it into a walling off that and turning it into a
So
closet.
this is every time anybody comes in, we have to move all that stuff?
I have a suggestion.
And especially if.
Okay, I'll
and-
come right
and-
to you.
And then with the, well, let me back up a little bit. We always agreed that we would buy furnishings for the public space, including a conference table and including a work desk like that. And in fact, we were going to provide a whole entertainment system. So if you see in the middle of the floor, there'd be a sofa. It's not there. We've consolidated
Yeah,
that into.
John Kaplis isn't here, but I'm telling you now, I don't, that would not work with what they need for the space. I mean, it certainly looks bigger on there. That's not gonna work for what the scouts need. The scouts aren't going there to sit in the couch and watch television.
I have a
Mike,
suggestion.
Mike, I'm saying the couch isn't there.
I know that, but you were just saying, you were talking about an entertainment center.
Suggestion, don't you want to hear my great suggestion?
Yes.
Whenever I've gone into a space to put on a party or host a Girl Scout meeting or what have you, I just rearrange it the way I want it and put it back the way I found it.
That's what we're talking about.
Why can't the scouts come in and rearrange it the way they need it and put it back the way they found it. Does it really have to get to
I'd
semantics?
be okay with that.
If they want to put the damn desk, oops, sorry, there's my true colors coming up. They want to put the desk in the front hall while they're having their meeting? So be it.
I don't know. Go ahead.
A quick point to Terry's comment, and I'm sorry, but this shows your ignorance of the scouting program. The scouts leave a area in better condition than
Then
they found it.
That's the way I
That-
was raised. I mean, it has nothing to do
That's a
with
BSA
scouts.
policy. The Girl Scouts follow the same, and I'm sorry, I used the word ignorance, but I think there's an elephant in the room that we've kicked this around, and I'm gonna ask the question, and I'm sorry, Steve's gonna get upset, but I'm gonna ask the question. Who specifically said that the building would be TCTV? That's the elephant in the room.
Okay, if I may, if I may. This is a letter from the Community Preservation Committee. And if you go back and you look at the minutes, looking for funding from CPA to rehab that building, TCTV was the reason that they would fund it. April meeting of Templeton Community Preservation Committee, a motion was made, seconded, and unanimously approved to recommend that the future use of Scout Hall include accommodation of space and access for TCTV. There is application for the Community Preservation funding from Scout Hall Reuse Committee. What are the goals of the proposed project? Scout Hall Reuse Committee has identified multiple uses for Scout Hall: a youth center, meeting space for community organizations, Lions Club, Women's Club, rec, sports councils, etc. Templeton Community Television. If you go back and look through the Capital Improvement Committee's recommendations, you will find in there funding from TCTV to buy various furniture, equipment, and so forth. $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. Again, you go looking in the minutes of the CPC, you can go on My Town Government, go and look up Community Preservation Committee and go back. April in 2016, they had a meeting before they went to town meeting at that time. And that was the discussion. And that was one of the reasons that they would agree to fund that project, other than it being a historical building, was to house TCTV. Well, going back and looking at this chronologically from that point to the town meeting to now. TCTV has been talked about, it's been in the mix. It's always been on the agenda, the conversations about Scout Hall. They were going in there because they were working out of a closet. And so I don't know why it's a surprise, or if anybody questions, TCTV wasn't intended to go in that building. They were from the get-go. I just don't think it was ever written down in stone, so to speak. This is what we're going to use the building for, and this is where you go, and this is where you go. And a point of interest is Dana Blaze, who I think his son did the little project with the fence around the front of the building. There's a picture of it on the town website. I can't tell you where the link is, but I came across it looking for something, and it shows that picket fence. You can barely see the top of the hedges. I'm not sure how high it was because I don't know about the picture and when it was taken and all of that stuff. But he said he doesn't think there's enough room in that building now to do what the scouts, the amount of space they need. That's what Dana Blaze said. And what the scouts do and how much space they need, all I can remember is what I did.
I'm
So-
gonna try and just keep it up here at this point.
So as far as the question of when TCTV was decided, they've been in the mix the whole time, from April 16th to now. And to think that they're not gonna be in there on a regular basis working is, I think is ludicrous. People had been asleep on the wheel. Either that, TCTV is the carrot to get that project all done. And when they're done, back in the closet you go. That's my personal opinion. And that's what I have to say on this.
So he answered.
Yeah,
answered
thank
your
you for the
question.
clarification.
No problem.
What we're trying to
I'm not
do,
talking down to you.
No.
just-
yeah, we're trying to deconflict the space and make sure that we at least have an agreement of how that is going to work. So the last fixtures came off. And did you write it down?
Any additional items?
Any additional items would be stowed.
I have it right now.
Okay.
Rather than.
Fixtures.
And I asked Steve if like, cause he did, again, fixtures or otherwise, but you understand the intent of just things are as best as you can move them out of there. I don't want to go down the work desk and TV center and otherwise, because I realized they're not there, but we were talking about the overhead. Yeah. Fixtures, additional space. It's just basically trying to clear out that space so they can use it.
I believe that we resolved this with Mr. Kaplis.
Okay.
And that he was happy with it.
Okay, then let's just let that language stay.
Well,
Any other
I'm
amendment?
concerned that, you know, if one group like that is happy with it and he's stowing his tables and chairs, say, behind the backdrops, which is a nice place for him to do that somebody else is gonna say, hey, TCTV is violating this. That's my concern.
We're not gonna, it's not gonna be a panacea for every single situation.
Mhm.
To Mrs. Toth's, the scouts aren't the only one. This is,
Absolutely.
anyone that files that report or the request as you have right now is in consideration for use of that space.
And
But
we've spoken with other groups and they want to work with it too. And like I said, we want to work with everybody on it.
fixtures changed to additional items, moved out of the way. I think we understand the concept there. Any other edits?
And again, I would just recommend that we have closing and locking procedures. Or at least a checklist.
We've got it in there. I recognize what you said. It was, you were looking for a little bit more detailed. I think we've got the spirit of that, but if we need to put something up on the wall that says, here are the things that you do when you close, I think we can achieve
Okay.
that. This has got the top level. You're responsible for this, but I agree. I think a checklist of saying, put away the mop,
Yeah.
this, blah, blah, blah.
And as far as the scouts moving stuff back, I came in there the day after the scout sign up and I had to rebuild some of the space. And you know what? We've taken care of this room too, when we've been in here, and even when we're not, we're constantly fixing the chairs and moving stuff around. So we take care of the space.
Okay.
And I think sometimes other people need to do so as well.
Any other edits from the board? We had two, striking the sentence and changing the word fixtures.
Should we put something in where if any furniture is moved by any entity, they put it back the way they found
It
it?
says that.
Additional items,
Yep.
yeah, it's, yeah.
Let's snap the chalk line at this point. And move on. Again. Any further comments from the board?
It's square.
There you go. Hearing no further comments on the amended Scout Hall operating procedures that Adam has taken the edits on. How do you vote?
Before you do that, so the original motion was to accept as presented. We never had the mover and the.
Do you
the move-
change?
I accept the amendments.
Okay, as amended.
Tim
Second
seconded.
as amended.
Thank you.
And let's go to the vote. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I am a yes. You had one no vote, Kelsey.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Spirited discussion, but I had to allow some of that, at least for the interchange. All right, one more item of old business. Discussion related to all fees listed and charged to residents in town of Templeton. Jeff?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to defer this to our next meeting. My goal was, and I have not found all the fees on our website yet, and that's how hard they are to find. My intent is to request and to bring up for the board's decision to get all the fees for all the different things, list them on the town website with a little tab on the left of the main page as a service to the resident and transparency. So when you want to do something,
A schedule, fee
you
schedule.
know, yes, and You know, and to make some, make the argument of why I think some should go away. Because you're paying full-time people for a job, and part of their job is to come look at something. You shouldn't have to be paying them 25, 30 bucks to come do that, because you're paying them twice to do a job. So but I would, that was my goal on this, and I would like to just defer it to, our next meeting.
Okay.
I could hopefully I can gather all of the fees that I was looking for, but it's a killer to find them, and some of them aren't up to date. So
Is that a motion to table?
Let's just go through the motion.
it was just a discussion item, so it wasn't really an action item, so if you want to vote again, I just defer the discussion until the next meeting, if it's either way.
Just the motion to table.
Then move to table the, I move to table the, item 7B to the next regular business meeting.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none on the motion to table, item 7B, how do you vote? Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Harry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Mike? Yes. Board member comments.
I've been putting this off since September 5th and I just don't want to forget it. So I called Mary Beth to get notes on the DPS software, and the update on the software is on my little retreat goals. Basic training of all DPS employees is complete. Check Costa, our mechanic, has already been using the software. Now the basic training is done, all DPW highway will be using it. The software is fluid, so it's always going to be being built out and increasing in its use. I know that there's been a question of being able to take an inventory, so I asked her, example of police and fire. She said police and fire do their own maintenance and have their own inventory, but maintenance and inventory, but Bob can add their vehicles as town assets, town fleets, Carl. And the software package build out includes DPW, highway, cemetery, board of health, town vehicles, and emergency management. Sewer is already using the software, and there's a reminder that there's one small fee for the cloud. So board of health has their own right now software, justice assessors has, but there's room for more on that software for the town. Rather than having, I know Lori got a grant, so she's all set, but in the future, if she needed to save money, that there's a build out for Board of Health on that software. As well as all town vehicles.
What was the top level name of the software again?
The what?
What was the name of the software?
Oh, I'd have to look it up.
Okay.
I know it's through Arnab Bolmick. He's the he came out on July 9th in California.
All set, Terry?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Other board members?
I do.
Yes.
Quickly, I went by Houghton Park the other day. The parking area has been paved. It looks really good. It's a big improvement for that area. I'm not sure when the last time that place was paved. When the schoolhouse was there or since then, but I know the parking area was in bad condition, so it's been paved and it looks good. That'll lead up to the improvements going to be planned for that park. I looked at the town website. I think this has been mentioned before. Looking at the audits with the management letters, fiscal 23, there's no working link. You click on it and you don't go, doesn't do anything. The Board of Selectmen's operating procedures on page 7, C14. It's an action item collection and reporting. And it said, the board frequently generates work or information needs that cannot be accomplished in the current meeting. It is necessary for a known and structured method to record, update, track the process of this work. So items are resourced, understood, and properly closed and archived. It says the AIT shall be as publicly available as possible to offer transparency to the residents and other town officials. So my first question is, where would I find that if it has been created? My second part is it will be the chair, the vice chair, or clerk shall be responsible for the creation, annotation, upkeep, and storage location of the tracker. So my question being the clerk, who is responsible for that? And where is it kept? Has it actually been started, or was that added to the operating
You're
procedures?
looking at him, but I created that whole thing as a tool for the select board to be able to do exactly what you just
Same
read.
thing.
To answer all your questions, let's put it on the next meeting and we'll
Okay.
actually do a review.
Because like I
of
said,
where we're
I
at.
went looking for it
Mhm.
and
We don't have a
and I-
file share, well, I shouldn't say
Yeah.
like a file share the way that we talked about, but you recall in our,
Okay.
okay.
Also, I received an email concerning the annual town reports. And it has deadline listed, the annual reports for fiscal 24 that ended June 30th, 2024 are due in electronic format on or before Thursday, November 28th, 24 at 4:30. I just like to remind everyone that town bylaw says everyone has until January 31st. The next thing I noted, down at the bottom, it says, no, and this, I speak from experience on this. The office reserves the right to edit reports received so they fit properly, have the correct format, and look their best for the final report. My question is, what is meant or intended by edit? Because I don't believe the Office of Selectmen or anyone has the authority or the right to edit, change, or shorten, or leave off any information, especially if it involves spending of town funds, which is taxpayer money, that is submitted by a committee or a board for inclusion in the annual town report. If it's 3 pages long, no one has the right to shorten that because they're trying, because as far as I'm concerned and is aware of, there's no set size for an annual town report. If it's 200 pages, 200 pages. If it's 400 pages, 400 pages. We do have a bylaw that there is a set amount of money set aside, and it's required by state law to publish an annual town report. So my question is edit. And the reason I say I have experience is in 2016, the advisory committee submitted its annual report. In the Office of the Selectmen, don't know who. Well, I won't say. It was shortened. It was about 3 pages submitted. They cut it down to about a page and a quarter. They left off some financial transfers and other things. And covered it with, well, we're gonna do a supplemental in the fall. Well, that's wrong from the get-go. The committee submits a report, reporting with finance, and nobody has a right, legal or otherwise, to edit that and change that. It's required by bylaw, it's required by state law, and it's spelled out what has to be there. That was financial information, has to be in that report. And to cut it out, that's why I'm adamant about knowing what the meaning of is edit. Is it like for grammar? Or if they send it in 11 point instead of 12 point? Or, I don't know, instead of Times Roman? Or is edit meant to shorten it up? Because it says to fit. I would just like clarification on that.
As far as I.
Some point in time,
Oh, you don't want to know, okay.
right? That's. all.
I'll follow up with you.
Okay. Terry, Jeff, Matt, or Tim?
2 quick items.
Okay.
Tonight we saw the liquor license, one day live entertainment. And, I'm just befuddled that it was not vetted with TPD before it was presented to us tonight. That's kind of, goes against accuracy, accountability. And hand in hand with that, I took a look yesterday before I came to the capital improvements on the town website. We're looking for people for capital improvements. Unfortunately, it was for last year. There's nothing for this year. We still have a vacant seat, but if you were to look at it, the year's not even correct. Yeah, I thought I flogged this dead horse. I guess I haven't. When are we going to start holding people accountable? Somebody had a pay raise to take care of all these electronic and IT things, and it's just not happening. That is disturbing to me. That's all I'm gonna say tonight.
Thanks, Tim. Matt? Yeah, I've got something, I have comments for, I wanted to talk about, some strategic stuff, but I'm, looking at the hour, I'm gonna go defer to the next meeting, but, I appreciate all the other board member comments and reports. That takes us to the end of board member comments. We have no requested or needed executive session this evening, so our next meeting is what time?
I think I said October 9th.
But we may have, so people need, board members need to stay tuned for next week. On
May have
the,
something for the
yep, correct. Otherwise, the next meeting.
next regularly scheduled business meeting would
Someone
be
make us
Wednesday.
honest. Can someone make us honest real quick? Actually, I will.
9th, yeah,
Ninth,
Correct.
thank you. Yep, you're correct.
9th at 6:30.
Right, and I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So
Second.
second.
Okay, motion and second, Matt and Terry. Any further discussion on the motion to adjournment? Right. All those in favor of adjournment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned at